Hello everyone, welcome to the jQuery Ultimate course. In this video we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout the course. So in section 2 we're going to talk about Firefox Developer Edition. I'll show you how to download and install, we'll talk about key features, and we'll cover developer tools. In section 3 we'll talk about text editor Atom. I'll show you how to do the following: how to download and install the application, and then I'll talk about key features inside of Atom: how to open a project, version control with GitHub, collaborate with Teletype, install a package, choose a theme, hack on the init script, add a snippet, and keyboard shortcuts. In section 4, we're going to talk about Get Started, and we'll talk about the following: what is jQuery, why jQuery, how to download, CDN, and then I'll show you how to download and set up the course files. In section 5, we're going to talk about selectors. So we're going to talk about what are selectors, and then we'll cover the following selectors: all elements, ID, class, first, last, even, odd, first child, first of child, last of type, inith child, inith last child, inith last of type, only child, only of type, parent child, parent descendant, element plus next, element siblings, EQ, GT, IT, not, header, animated, focus, contains. Has, empty, parent, hidden, visible, root, language, and then a whole bunch of attribute equals value with different characters, which I'll explain each one of those. Then we have input, text, password, radio, checkbox, submit, reset, button, image, file, enabled, disabled, selected, and checked. Then in section 6, we're going to talk about events. So we'll cover what are events, we'll talk about syntax for events, and then we'll cover the following events: bind, blur, change, click, double click, delegate, die, error, and then we'll talk about event dot, current target, data, delegate target, is default prevented, is immediate propagation stopped, is propagation stopped, namespace, page X, page Y, prevent default, related target, result, stop immediate propagation, stop propagation, target, timestamp, type, and which. And then we'll talk about focus, focus in, focus out, hover, key down, key press, key up, live, load, mouse down, and mouse enter. And then mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over, mouse up, off, on, one, proxy, ready, resize, scroll, select, submit, toggle, trigger, trigger handler, unbind, undelegated, and unload. In section 7, we're going to talk about effects. So we'll cover animate, clear queue, delay, dequeue, fade in, fade out, fade to, fade toggle, finish, hide, queue, show, slide down, slide toggle, slide up, stop, and toggle. In section 8, we're going to talk about HTML, CSS methods. So we'll cover add class, after, append, append to, attribute, before, clone, CSS, detach, empty, has class, height, HTML, inner height, inner width, insert after, insert before, offset, offset parent, outer, height, width, position, prepend, prepend to, prop, remove, remove attribute, remove class, remove prop, replace all, replace with, scroll left, scroll top, text, toggle class, unwrap, veil, width, wrap, wrap all, and wrap inner. In section 9, we'll conclude the course with the conclusion and go over a summary of what we learned throughout the course. So that in mind, thanks for watching. I'll see you inside the course. All right, welcome to section 2, where we're going to talk about Firefox Developer Edition. So in this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout this section. So first, we're going to download and install Firefox Developer Edition. Then we're going to look at the features of Firefox Developer Edition. Then we'll look at the developer tools, and we'll go over a summary of what we learned in this section. So with that in mind, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to download and install Firefox Developer Edition. So let me just say one thing before we do this. The reason why I want you to use Firefox Developer Edition is that it's an open source web browser that is built for web developers. So it's a crucial tool in your toolbox to be using Firefox, because it will really open up your opportunities in web development, okay? Specifically front-end web development. So let's jump over to our favorite web browser. And for this example, I'm going to use Safari since I'm on a Mac. And we're going to go to google.com. Okay, so let's type in google.com, and then I'm going to search for Firefox Web Developer Edition. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down here to Firefox Browser Developer Edition. Okay, and I'm going to go right here where it says Firefox Developer Edition, this big blue button. We'll click on that, and it's going to download. Do you want to allow downloads? Yes, I want to allow. So it's going to download right here. And as it's downloading, let's just talk a little bit about Firefox Developer Edition. So welcome to your new favorite browser. Get the latest features, fast performance, and the development tools you need to build for the open web. Okay? So let's click on the downloads here. I'm going to double click that. And that's going to open up the Firefox file that was downloaded, and then we're going to install it. So let's let this run. We'll give it a few more seconds here and wait for it. And we're just about there. There we go. All right, so it's going to, so on a PC, what it's going to do is ask you if you want to install it. Just hit yes, and then go through the process there. On the Mac here, we just need to drag it over to the applications folder, and I'm going to replace it. Okay. So I already have it installed on my computer, but I wanted to show you how to install it because this is an extremely crucial tool in your front-end web development journey that's just beginning. Okay. So 5 more seconds and we'll be ready to roll. And let's see if it's there. I'll just double click on this just to see. And if I scroll down, we should see Firefox. Where are you? There we are. All right. So we have downloaded and installed Firefox Web Developer Edition. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, first thing I want you to do if you're on a Mac is grab this little icon here and drag this down to the trash bin so we can eject it. And then the next thing I want you to do is hold the command and hit spacebar and type in Firefox, and that should find you Developer Edition right here. The other way to do it on a Mac is you can also go to the Finder and then find the application there. Now, the thing I want you to do is I want you to right-click on this icon, and this is on a Mac and PC. Right-click, and on the PC, pin this to the taskbar. On a Mac, go to Options and keep in the dock. Okay? So it's going to verify Firefox Developer Edition. We're going to hit Open, and then it should open up here, and then we're ready to go. And there you go. Beautiful. So the one thing I want you to do, and I'm going to close out Safari here. Let's show. Okay, let's close Safari, and then I'm going to remove Safari from the dock. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go to google.com again. We're going to type in Firefox Developer Edition, and then I want you to go to the website, and we're going to look at some of the features that are included with Firefox Web Developer Edition or Developer Edition. Okay. So right here you have, I'm just going to go over kind of their blurb. The browser made for developers. So all the latest developer tools in beta, plus experimental features like multi-line console editor and WebSocket inspector, a separate profile and path so you can easily run it alongside release or beta Firefox. Preferences tailored for web developers, browse and remote debugging are enabled by default, as are the dark theme and developer toolbar button. Okay. Inactive CSS, Firefox DevTools now grays out CSS declarations that don't have an effect on the page when you hover over the info icon. Okay. Firefox DevTools, the new Firefox DevTools are powerful, flexible, and the best of all, hackable. This includes the best-in-class JavaScript debugger, which can target multiple browsers and is built-in React and Redux. Okay. Master CSS Grid, Firefox is the only browser with tools built specifically for building and designing with CSS Grid. These tools allow you to visualize the grid, display the associated area names, preview transformations on the grid, and much more. Fonts panel, the new fonts panel in Firefox DevTools gives developers quick access to all the information they need about the fonts being used in an element. Okay. Build and perfect your sites with Firefox DevTools. So you have the inspector, console, debugger, network, storage panel, responsive design mode, visual editing, performance, memory, and style editor. So these are some of the key features that they offer. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about developer tools. All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into Firefox, okay, Developer Edition, and let's right-click here and click on Inspect Element. Okay. Now you're going to notice that there's all these tools, and some of them I talked about in the previous video where we were talking about features. So what I want you to do is go up to the address bar and let's go to google.com. Okay. And now we're going to use these developer tools as an example. I'll show you an example on how we can utilize these tools for a web page. Okay, so this is just an example. And so you have right here the element selection tool. And basically what that does is I can go anywhere on a web page, on any web page on the web, and I can go here and I can select an element. So for this example, I would be grabbing the anchor element here, and I could go in and I could edit the CSS here. I can also edit the code here, okay? And I can see where it is, and then I can work around it and build out the website and see how they've been doing it, okay? So once you select it, then it gives you the inspector. So the DOM and style inspector, okay? So this will allow you to go through any website on the web, and you can inspect their code, okay? Then we have the console, which is designed for JavaScript. Now, when we get to the JavaScript section of the course, we're going to be using this in the web browser to do some tests and to learn the fundamentals of JavaScript. So I'm excited to show you that and work with you on that. Then we have the debugger. So the debugger allows you to debug code inside of your web browser. We're not going to be utilizing this as much. We're going to mostly do our debugging through the text editor and through the inspector. That's really where we're going to be doing our debugging. Networking is more of a back-end situation, which we're not going to be covering in this course. Then you have the style editor. So the cool thing about this is I can click on this little plus sign here and I can type in the following, and you don't have to do this. We'll do body and we'll do curly brackets, and then I'm going to type in background and we'll do pink, and you're going to see something happen. The background will turn pink, okay? And it will also give me the ability to save this file on my computer, and then I can integrate this into our projects and other things if I wanted to. Now, I'm not going to do that for this example, but I just wanted to show you how cool of a tool that is, where you can literally write out CSS in the browser and then save the file, and you can see the changes as you're doing them, which is really cool, okay? Performance. Again, this is more of a back-end thing with the networking part, so we're not going to be covering this that much. Memory, same thing. Storage, same thing. It's more of a back-end thing. And then accessibility, same deal, and then application, okay? Now let's talk about the responsive design mode. So when I click on this little icon here, where it's like a little smartphone and then a tablet, when I click on that, it turns the browser into responsive mode. And basically what I can do is I can adjust this by device size, or I can edit the list, and I can add a custom, I can add more devices here. So for example, let's say we wanted a laptop, okay? I can add that in there, and then I can click here and grab the laptop. Now I can see what my website would look like on a laptop with this resolution of 1280 by 950. Okay, so why is resolution extremely important? Well, being someone who is a video guru myself, I absolutely love video, and I'm a video engineer by trade before anything else. Resolution is extremely important because with responsive web development, you have multiple sizes. So you have smartphones or mobile devices, you have tablets, and then you have a laptop and then a desktop. So you have 4 different devices with completely different resolutions. So the question is, how do you work with each one of those? So in the CSS section of the course, we're going to talk about a popular term called media queries. And basically what that does is it has a breaking point for each resolution size, which will cover each one of the resolutions. So it'll cover mobile devices, tablets, laptops, and then desktops. Okay, so it'll cover all those, and really you only need 4 breaking points to get to that point. Okay, so if I right click again here, if it lets me, okay, let's right click and inspect the element again, and I'll show you the other tools that they have. So they have the inspector, which we talked about. So all these tools we just talked about, right? We also talked about the responsive design mode. They also have eyedropper. So eyedropper gives you the ability to go on a web page and drop the eyedropper to retrieve the hex code or the RGB code for that color. Okay, so I've copied this color. Now I have that color and I can use that on my website. Okay, then they have page source, which will show you the code of the web page that you're on, so you can look at their source code and see what they did. Now this is all JavaScript, so it's all gibberish and it's condensed down, so it's really hard to look at, but other websites you could, go in there and take a look at it depending on what it is. Remote debugging, we have browser console. Okay, get more tools. So with this, you can grab more tools on here, which we're not going to do right now. We're just going to utilize the tools that we have through Firefox. But later on in the course, if we need them, this is where we will go to get more tools for different aspects of front-end web development. Okay, so like I said, Firefox Developer Edition is one of the key tools to web development because it's a modern web browser, and a lot of the new technologies out there like CSS3 animation and HTML5 canvas and other things like that will work inside this browser. Okay. The other thing is everything will work through this browser, so this is a good starting point to work off of, and then work back to disabling features on other browsers. Okay, so that is the Firefox Developer Edition developer tools. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on finishing the section about Firefox Developer Edition. So in this video, I'm going to go over a summary of what we learned throughout this section. So in the very first video, we went over an overview of what we're going to talk about. Then we talked about how to download and install Firefox Developer Edition. Then we talked about key features of Firefox Developer Edition. And then we went in detail and talk about the developer tools that are available to you inside of Firefox Developer Edition. So if you right click and you inspect the element, I'll show you again some of these tools, just reading the words so you see what it is. We talked about the element selector, the inspector, the console, the debugger, the network, style editor, performance, memory, storage, accessibility, application, and then we also talked about the responsive design mode, and we talked about the eyedropper and the page source, and also how to get more tools. So if you're learning a different discipline, how you can get more tools and integrate that into your toolkit. Okay, so that's a summary of this section covering Firefox Developer Edition. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to download and install Atom. So what is Atom? Atom is a text editor that we're going to be using throughout the course. Now, I want to give you a full disclaimer before we go forward with this. You are free to use whatever kind of text editor that you want, but I'm going to recommend using Atom for a couple of reasons. One, it's free, and two, it's what I'm going to be using throughout the course. So if I use shortcuts or do certain tasks, they're only doable in Atom. So if you're using Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text 3, it may not translate in terms of shortcuts and that kind of thing, and you may lose your place, which is okay. But I recommend just following along and using the software I'm using just so that you get familiar with it. And then if you want to try a different text editor after the course, then you can do that. So you're free to use whatever text editor you want. Same with a web browser. You can use Firefox, Chrome, any kind of web browser you want. But again, I'm using Firefox Developer Edition because it's aimed towards developers, hence the name. And I'm using Atom because Atom is a developer-friendly text editor, and it's for beginner to advanced developers. Okay, so let's go to google.com and type in Atom, and then I'm going to go to atom.io. Okay, and I'm going to click on download. But before I do, I just want to talk about one thing here. So if you're on a Windows machine, this is going to say Windows and then your version. So if you have Windows 10, it'll say Windows 10. If it's Windows 7, it'll say Windows 7. It will automatically detect what kind of operating system you're using to give you the correct file. Okay? So click on download. I'm going to save the file. And again, if you're using Windows, it's going to give you an executable file, which is similar to a .dmg file. This is just for, actually I'm using a zip file. The zip file is used on Mac and PC. So once this downloads, which it's going to be a few more seconds here, then we'll open up the downloads folder, and you can do that on Mac and Windows. And then we can double click on the zip file and extract that file. Okay. And once we extract that file, then we're going to install it. Okay. So I'm going to double click on this. Okay. And that should allow me to open the application. And on the Mac, what you need to do is you need to drag this into the applications folder. So if you're on Mac, go ahead and drag this icon over to the applications folder. Okay, that way it'll save it, because if you don't do that and you close it out, it will not work. You'll have to go to the downloads folder every single time to open it up. On PC, once it's installed in the programs folder, you're good to go. Now, what I want you to do is right click on the icon. If you're on Windows, right click and pin it to the taskbar. If you're on Mac, right click and go to options and keep it in the dock. Okay? And there you go. So that's how you download and install Atom. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to open a project in Atom. Okay? So if I click on open a project, in Atom, you can open individual files or a whole folder as a project. Opening a folder will add a tree view to the editor where you can browse all the files. So let's click on open a project. And what this is going to do is this is going to go to, I'm going to click on the desktop. And what you're going to get is we can create a new folder here, and we'll call this 01 project sample. Okay. I'll create that, and then we'll hit open. And now the project is open. Okay, so now we can see with our tree view here all the files that would display here. Okay, now obviously there's no files to see, but that's okay. We're learning about how to open a project. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to close a project. So if I right click, I can remove the project folder. Okay, now I'm back to where I started. Okay, and what I can do also is if I go to the desktop, I can delete this folder. Okay, and I'm going to empty my trash pan real quick here, just so that it's clean. Okay, so that's how you open a project in Atom. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about version control with Git and GitHub. Okay, so track changes to your code as you work, branch, commit, push, and pull without leaving the comfort of your editor. Collaborate with other developers on GitHub. Okay, so next time you can toggle the Git tab by clicking the plus button in your status bar. Okay, and that's going to be right over here, which I have a timer blocking it, but you can go right here and click on GitHub or Git, and then you'll see it there as well. Okay, so that's in a nutshell what it is. Now I'll explain to you what version control is and what Git and GitHub is. So version control is, think about Windows, okay, for an example. You have Windows 7 and then Windows 10, okay? So that would be an example of version control. Windows 7 was built a while ago, probably 10 years ago, and Windows 10 was just built recently, a couple years ago, okay? Now, what they did is they took the existing version of Windows and built on top of it and added features. So they had a framework that we were working with, and it was Windows 7. And then Windows 10 came later. Okay, so version control in a software environment or a developer environment, web development environment, would be you would build your website 1.0, and then you would come back a couple weeks later and add to that, so it would be a 2.0, or it could be 1.1. If you're fixing what you already built, let's say that you're patching something, then it would be a 1.1, and then a 1.2, a 1.3. The reason for version control in GitHub is so that you have a place to put your code on the cloud away from your computer, so that if something were to happen to your computer, you would still have the code. Okay? That's the idea behind Git and GitHub. Think of GitHub as a cloud-based storage for your code, and Git is a way to tell your computer to push it to the cloud and pull it from the cloud. Okay, and so again, it's a way to track what you've been doing step by step. So when you make a change, you have step 1, and then you make another change, it's step 2, step 3, etc., etc. Okay, so you're able to track your code, and you can go back and make changes and that kind of thing. So it's a way to organize your code and really be organized. Okay, so that's version control with Git and GitHub. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to collaborate in real time with Teletype. So share your workspace with team members and collaborate on code in real time. Okay, so we can click on Install Teletype for Atom. We're not going to be utilizing that as much, but I just want to explain to you what it is because it's here, and it's kind of an introduction to Atom. So basically what it does is think about Google Docs. Okay, on Google Docs, you can collaborate with other folks, and they can edit your Word document or your Google Doc, right? So this is a way for developers to be able to collaborate in real time. And let's say that I write out a project, I write out the structure of a web page, and then I want you to work on the structure of the web page too. I can share this with you, and then you can look at my code, and vice versa. Okay, so that's what Teletype is with Atom. And it's a very cool feature, and it's one that is unique to Atom specifically. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to install a package. So if I click on Install Package and click on Open Installer, I can search for packages to install for Atom. And there's a specific package that I want you to install so that we can open in a browser. Okay, so if I type in Open in Browser, okay, we have Open in Browser. So this is Internet Explorer, Chrome, Firefox, and Opera. Open in Browser, simple package to open file and default application, okay, etc., etc. So let's click on this one and click Install. We're going to install this, and then we'll test it out, okay? So now what I want you to do is we're going to go to File and do New File, okay? And we'll save this as index.html, and I'm going to right-click and open in the browser, okay? And there you go. So it works. Beautiful. So let me right-click on the desktop here and remove this project folder, okay? And then we'll close this file out, close the settings out, and that's how you install a package using Atom. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to choose a theme. So if I click on Choose a Theme, okay, Atom comes with pre-installed themes. Let's try a few. You can also install themes created by Atom Community. To install new themes, click on the plus, install, and switch the toggle to themes, okay? So I'm going to click on Open the Theme Picker, okay? And we can do one light, Atom dark, okay? And actually I'm going to do one dark because I like the dark theme. We can do Atom dark. We can do Solarized dark. It's kind of funky. Solarized light, one dark, base 16 tomorrow dark, okay, base 16 tomorrow light, okay. So I like a dark theme because it's easier on the eyes when you're looking at a screen for a long time, it will preserve your eyes a lot better. So I'm going to use this one. You're free to choose whatever theme you want, and that's how you choose a theme with Atom. So I'm going to close the settings out here. And thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about hack on the init script. So again, this is just a summary of what this does. The init script is a bit of JavaScript or CoffeeScript run at startup. You can use it to quickly change the behavior of Atom. Okay, you can uncomment some of the examples or try out your own. You can open your init script from menu Atom using the Mac. Okay, I'll just open up the file and show you real quick. And that's how you can hack on the init script if you really want to add some customization to the file. And actually not to the file, but to Atom, okay? So Atom is very customizable and open source, so, and free too, which is great. So you can really do a lot with it once you know those skills, okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to add a snippet. So if I click on add a snippet, Atom snippets allow you to enter a simple prefix in the editor and hit tab to expand the prefix into a larger code block with templated values. In your snippets file, type snip, then hit tab. The snippet will expand to create a snippet. Okay, so let's try that out. So if I go in here and we type in snip and then I hit tab, then it creates a snippet. Okay, now this is a JavaScript snippet. So if you know JavaScript, then you can really have a lot of fun with this. Okay, so I'm going to close this out. And again, this is just a summary of some of the features inside of Atom. All right, so that's how you add a snippet. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about keyboard shortcuts. So if I click on Learn Keyboard Shortcuts, if you only remember one keyboard shortcut, make it Command-Shift-P, and that's on the Mac. On the PC, it would be Control-Shift-P. This keystroke toggles the command palette, which lists every Atom command. It's a good way to learn more shortcuts. Yes, you can try it now. If you want to use these guides, again, use the command palette, Command-Shift-P, and search for welcome. So let's do that. I'm going to do Command-Shift-P because I'm on a Mac. If you're on PC, do Command, instead of Command, do Control, Shift, and then P, and then let's type in welcome. Okay, and if I click Return, then we're going to get the welcome page, okay, which is this right here, and the welcome guide, which is what we're covering for some of the features for Atom. So that's how you get into the keyboard shortcuts and learn more. So again, if we do Command-Shift-P, you can see right here, if I just arrow down, add a project folder, Shift-Command-O, application hide, Command-H, okay, application hide other applications, option, Command-H, okay, minimize, Command-M, etc. Okay. Now, if you're on PC, again, it's going to show you for your keyboard, which would be Control-M for this example. And instead of option for this one, it would probably be Alt, okay? So there you go. It works on both operating systems. So that's how you can learn keyboard shortcuts. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, congratulations on finishing this section on the Atom text editor. In this video, we're going to go over a brief summary of what we learned throughout this section. So in the first couple of videos, we downloaded and installed the Atom text editor, which is completely free. And then I talked about features inside of Atom. So we talked about how to open a project, version control with GitHub, how to collaborate with Teletype, how to install a package, how to choose a theme, how to hack the init script and what that means, how to add a snippet, and then I talked about how you could work with keyboard shortcuts. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to this section where we're going to talk about Atom. So in this video, I'm going to go over an overview of everything we're going to be learning in this section. So the very first thing I'm going to show you how to do is to download and install this application that I'm showing you right now, which is Atom, a hackable text editor for the 21st century. This is a great text editor. It's completely free, and that's why I'm going to show you how to download and install it in the upcoming videos. Okay, now the other thing we're going to do in the upcoming videos is we're going to get to know Atom. So I'll show you how to open a project. We'll talk about version control with Git and GitHub. We'll collaborate in real time with Teletype. I'll explain to you what that is. I'll show you how to install a package, how to choose a theme, customize the styling, hack the init script, add a snippet, and learn about keyboard shortcuts. Okay? So that's an overview of this section. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 4. We're going to talk about how to get started, okay, with jQuery. So in the upcoming videos, we're going to talk about what is jQuery, why jQuery, how to download jQuery, how to use a CDN for jQuery, and how to download and set up the course files. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about what is jQuery real quickly, okay? So jQuery is a lightweight, write less, do more JavaScript library. The purpose of jQuery is to make it much easier to use JavaScript on your website. jQuery takes a lot of common tasks that require many lines of JavaScript code to accomplish and wraps them into methods that you can call with a single line of code. jQuery also simplifies a lot of complicated things from JavaScript like AJAX calls and DOM manipulation. The jQuery library contains the following features: HTML DOM manipulation, CSS manipulation, HTML event methods, effects and animations, AJAX, and utilities. All right, so that's what jQuery is. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So why jQuery? There are lots of other JavaScript libraries out there, but jQuery is probably the most popular and also the most extendable. Many of the biggest companies on the web use jQuery, such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, and Netflix. So this is what makes jQuery different than other options out there, and why jQuery is so commonly used, because it's so popular by big tech companies. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. So there are many ways to download or add jQuery to your web page, okay? You can download the jQuery library from jQuery.com or include the jQuery from a CDN like Google, which we're going to be doing in an upcoming video, okay? But the very first thing I want you to do is hop onto a web browser that you have. And my example is Firefox Developer Edition, which I already showed you how to install. And if you go to jQuery.com, you can download jQuery. So if I click on download here, it'll give you different versions, okay, to download. Now, you don't need to download because we're going to use the CDN. So we're not going to download any physical files. We're going to grab a CDN, which will basically link to a server on the web and won't require us to download any files. It's a beautiful thing, okay? But if you did want to download it, this is where you go to jQuery.com and then click on download and use one of these to download it, okay? And if you're using NPM or Yarn, which is terminal and iTerm based for NPM, which is a package manager, you can use npm install jQuery, and these are the commands for that, okay? So that's how you download jQuery. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, I'm going to talk about CDN. Okay, so what we're going to do is let's go to google.com and type in jQuery CDN. Okay, so if I click here, you can see we have the latest stable versions of jQuery CDN. Okay, and so we can utilize that from jQuery.com, or we can go to like W3 Schools. They have an example of this as well, which is this right here. Script source, ajax.googleapis.com, Ajax, libraries jQuery 3.51, jQuery.min.js. So this is the script we're going to use. So what I want you to do is keep this page open, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to download and set up the course files. So you'll notice that this video right now is unpublished. Don't worry about that. Look for the download and setup files, and you're going to see a resources folder here. We're going to click on that, click on jQuery.zip. We're going to download that and save the file as. We'll save it in our downloads. And then I'm going to drag this zip file to our desktop. I will close out this window now that we've downloaded the files. We'll hide Firefox for a minute. I'm going to double click on the zip file. Okay, I'm going to delete the zip file and empty my trash bin. And you can do the same in your recycle bin if you're using Windows. If you're using Mac OS, go ahead and do the same thing. And now what I want to do is I want to open up this file here real quick and just kind of show you the different files that we're going to be working with. So we have get started, selectors, events, effects, and HTML, CSS methods. Okay, now I want you to open up Atom, and we're going to add the project folder that's on the desktop. So we're going to click on Add Folders. We'll go to Desktop, jQuery, open that up. Then what I want you to do is go to the getstarted.html file and look at what I've already inserted here, which is the ajax.googleapis.com, Ajax libraries jQuery 3.51, jQuery.min.js. Okay, so now that we have that working, we can close this out. And what I want you to do is right click on it and open it in the browser. Okay, and then we're going to right click and we're going to inspect the element. Okay, and we have hello getstarted.js. Okay, so I know that it works because I'm calling on the JavaScript file that I created, and it's calling this right here. Okay. Okay, so we have it there. All right, so that's how you download the files. I'm going to just keep the Get Started folder open, so in the next section when we dive into this, we can just go right into it. Okay, so that's how you download and set up the files, and how you also get the CDN set up so that we can just start working quickly with jQuery. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 5, where we're going to talk about selectors. So I want you to grab a drink, water, coffee, something, and let's dive deep into selectors. Okay, so we're going to talk about a lot of things in the upcoming videos, which is fine because you're going to get an in-depth dive into selectors and why they're so important. Okay, so we're going to cover the following: what are selectors, and then all elements selector. Okay, we're going to talk about ID, class, first, last, even, odd, first child, first of type, last child, last of type, nth child, nth last child, nth last of type, only child, only of type, parent, child, parent descendant, element plus next, element siblings, EQ, GT, LT, not, header, animated, focus, contains, has, empty, parent, hidden, visible, root, language, and then a whole bunch of attribute with equals to value with different symbols, meaning different things, input, text, password, radio, checkbox, submit, reset, button, image, file, enabled, disabled, selected, and checked. So these 59 selectors are what we're going to be checking out in the upcoming section. So with that, like I said, get excited, get ready, because we're going to do a deep dive into selectors. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So let's talk about what are selectors. Okay, so jQuery selectors allow you to select and manipulate HTML elements. jQuery selectors are used to find or select HTML elements based on their name, ID, classes, types, attributes, values of, attributes, and much more. It's based on the existing CSS selectors, and in addition, it has its own custom selectors. All selectors in jQuery start with the $, and parentheses. Okay, so with that, that's what selectors are. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the all element selector. So the very first thing I want you to do is let's go ahead and click on the Get Started folder. No, go to the Selectors folder. And what we're going to do is click on the selectors.html and then also double click on the selectors.js. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to the selectors.html, right click, open in the browser, and then we'll inspect this, go to console, and we should have hello selectors.js. Okay. Now it's throwing me an error. Don't worry about that. We'll just clear that out. I just want to make sure that they are connected so we can work inside of the JS file if you want, or you can work inside of here. Okay. Now, it doesn't really matter where you work. Okay. But the examples that I'm going to be doing are going to be fast and furious, and it's just going to be kind of like rapid fire. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of do HTML and then a little jQuery. Okay, just so you understand the idea behind this. So let's talk about the all element selector. Okay, so first, the all element selector selects all elements in the document, including HTML head and body. If the star selector, which is what's used for the all element selector, is used together with another element, it selects all children elements with a specified element. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try this out. Okay, so if I go to the, so let's go ahead and let's write an H1 here. Okay, this is my header. And before we go any further, let's close down the sidebar here and let's split these two files so we have a split view. So go to pans. So we're going to go to view, pans, split to the right, and we'll put the JavaScript on the right and the HTML on the left. Okay. And so we have, this is my header. So if we wanted to select that, how would we do that? Well, here's how. What you can do is you can do, we'll do the $, and we'll do document dot ready, and we're going to use a function. Okay, and then inside of there $, and we're going to do star. Okay, and I'm going to give it some CSS. We're going to do .css, and then we'll do background and yellow. Okay, and then I'll be able to do that here too. And then if I go back to the browser and refresh, we should have a yellow background. Okay, so that is the all element selector. What I essentially did was any element that was inside of my HTML document, I could change the color to using CSS using a selector. Okay, so that's the all element selector. Now what I want you to do before we go, let's comment out this section here and let's do 01 all element selector and put a star next to it just so we know what to use for that. I'm going to be using a lot of comments, so saddle up. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video we're going to use the ID selector. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So just like we did in the previous video, let's go ahead and let's comment this out, and let's do 02 ID selector, and let's give it a hashtag. So ID selector, and then let's go ahead and write out an example here. So we'll do the $document.ready function, and we're going to do $, and we'll call on an element that we haven't created yet, but we'll do hashtag for ID, and let's call it ID. And then .css, and let's do, in quotes, background, and then comma, and we'll change it to pink. Okay, and then what we'll do is, let's go over here, and let's call on a paragraph tag and give it an ID of ID. This is the one. Okay, let's go back, refresh. This is the one. Let's comment this out up here and try that again, see if it will cooperate. There we go. Okay, it's a white background. Why did that not work? Let me see. Okay, let's give it the ID of intro then, instead of ID. It may not like my verbiage. No, it didn't work. Let me just see why here. Let's go to console.log here. It's saying that my document is not defined. Okay, so we have a syntax error on my part. Come on, man. What are you doing over here? I know. So we got document.ready, function, intro.css. Not really sure why that's not cooperating. So let's just copy this up here. So I'll right click and copy, and then we'll paste it here. And we'll do intro. Then comment it out. And that should take care of it. Let's just see. Yeah, there we go. I honestly don't know why it wouldn't work when we typed in the same thing. The wonders of jQuery and coding. Everything you have to debug. Literally. I'm here all week. Just saying. All right. Just joking around now. But that is the ID selector. Okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about a class selector. Okay? So what we'll do is we're going to build off of what we did in the previous video here. And we will copy all of this. Okay? And I'm going to comment out number 2 here. And we're going to change this to 3. And then we'll do class selector instead of ID selector. So do a dot or period and then class selector. Okay, so we'll do dot intro. So we'll do h2 with a class of intro. Okay. This should be blue. Okay, so let's change the background to blue. And then let's go ahead to Firefox and refresh. And this should be blue. There you go. So that's how you use the class selector. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the first selector. So let's kind of look at the first selector is the first element. So an example of that would be if we had 3 paragraph elements, it would select the first paragraph. So let's go ahead and let's make 3 paragraphs here. And so let's do paragraph 1. This is paragraph 1. Okay, let's copy this line. So I'll right click, hit copy, then let's paste here. And then paste again. And then we'll change it to 2 and 3. Okay, then over here I'm going to copy all this. And we'll comment this out. And let's call this 04. And we'll do the first selector. Okay, so we're going to do everything the same except for instead of the class intro, we're going to call on the element of paragraph first. Okay, and let's make this red. Okay, now let's go back to Firefox, refresh, and now we have a red background for the first paragraph, which is actually, this is the one. Okay, so it's messing up my example. Come on, man. So what I'll do is I'll comment this out and show you how it will adapt if you comment that out. So when I refresh, now this is paragraph 1 is highlighted red. Okay. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the last selector. So it's similar to the first selector. The only thing is instead of selecting the first selector, it selects the last selector. And not the last selector, but the last element or the last paragraph for this example. So let's change this to 5 and do last selector. And then just change this to last. And then let's change this. In fact, let's keep 4 on here. Okay, so let's do orange. Okay, let's go to the browser. Let's refresh. And now we should have a red and an orange. Okay. So that's the last selector. So remember what the first selector was. We selected the first paragraph. The last selector selected the last paragraph. So if I were to add, okay, if I add a couple more here, we got 6 paragraphs now. So if I go back to the browser and refresh, the 6th paragraph will be highlighted. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the even selector. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do the even selector. So I'm going to copy the last selector here, and we'll call this the even selector. Okay, and with that, we're going to do the select all the even numbers, so 2, 4, and 6, and I want them to be yellow. Okay, and then I'm going to comment out 04 and 05. Okay, we'll go back to the browser, refresh, and now you can see the odd numbers are displayed instead of the even numbers. Okay. So that's announced to me why that would happen. Let me see if I wrote in the right thing here. Yeah, I did even. Okay, let's try odd then and see if that fixes it. I don't know why it would do that. There you go. So, bizarro world. That's extremely weird to me. However, that's fine. So let's do the even. Let's do the even, and it'll show 1, 3, and 5. Make sure that nothing else is interfering. Nope, it isn't. Okay, so that's the even selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the odd selector. So let's go ahead and let's copy all this information here. And we're going to paste it right below, change it to 07, and we'll change it to odd event selector. And we're going to do odd, and we'll change this to orange. Actually, let's do lime. Why not? It'd be kind of fun. Lime and yellow. That's good. There you go. So now we're showing the odd and the even. Now the whole point of this is to show you how you could grab every paragraph element on a page if you really wanted to, and kind of filter out what you want. So let's say you just wanted the even paragraph elements. Then you could just write an even. If you want the odd numbers, then you just do odd. If you want all, well, you know how to do that too. I already showed you that. So that is the odd selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the first child selector. So we're going to select every paragraph element that is the first child of its parent. Okay, so first what I want you to do is actually create a div. And we're going to call this child. Okay. And this is going to be a paragraph, so this is the parent. Okay, and then let's create another div with a class of parent and a paragraph tag, and this is the child. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to comment out all this code here. I want to copy 07, and we're going to turn that into 08, but I want to copy, actually I want to comment this out, both of these, okay, because what we should get out of this when we run the first child is it should select the child element, okay. So we're going to do document.ready function, and we're going to do paragraph first dash child, and the background should be lime. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's right click on the HTML file, open in the browser, and we should have highlighted lines of elements that are the child of the div. So both of them are child. Okay, so what we'll do is this is the child. Okay, and then what we'll do is let's create another paragraph tag. This is the parent. Same with down here, and let's put it at the bottom. Okay, now let's go back to the browser, refresh. This is the child, this is the child. So what it's doing is the first element of the div is the child, okay? The second element is the div. Of the div is the parent, okay? So that is the, and it's not the odd selector, it's the first child selector, okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to copy this, and let's change this to 8 before we copy it. And then we're going to copy this and actually change this to 9. Okay, and then we'll comment out 8. Okay, so we'll comment that out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the first of type selector. So first dash of dash type selector. And the first of type selector selects all elements that are the first child of a particular type of their parent. Okay, so an example of that would be similar to what we did before. It would select the first paragraph element in these two divs. So if I were to create another paragraph tag or element and paste it right above and do the same thing here. Okay, and then go back to the browser and refresh. Okay, it's going to do the same thing as it was doing in the previous video because we haven't changed the first child. So we want to do first dash of dash type, and then try again. Go back, refresh, and it does the same exact thing, which is what it's supposed to do. Okay. Now, if we had an element above that, actually, no, that's right. It's supposed to grab the first paragraph in the div, okay? Because it's a child of the div, okay? So that's how it works, okay? So that's first of type selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the last child selector. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's highlight 09 here, which is the first of type selector. Okay, and let's paste that on line 46, and then let's comment out in 09. And essentially what this is going to be is the last child selector. So it's going to select the last element here. So let's delete the paragraph tags with the parent in it. And then let's change the name of this to parent 1. Okay, and then this is parent 2. Okay, so what it's going to do is instead of the first of type, let's do last dash child. And what it's going to do is it's going to select this paragraph here and this paragraph. Okay, now what we can do is be a little clever. We can change this to yellow. Okay, and then we can turn on the first child selector for lime, go to the browser, refresh, and we should have a lime, a yellow, a lime, and a yellow. Beautiful. So that's exactly what we wanted. Okay, now I'm going to turn this off. We'll turn 08 off. Okay, and we'll make sure that we label this number 10. Now I'll go back and refresh, and we should have 2 yellow lines, which is the last child. Okay, so if I change the text of this, this is the last child, first child, last child, first child. Okay, I go back and I refresh. This is the last child. Okay, so we know what it is. And if I turn this on, which is 08, and go back and refresh, the first child's green, the last child's yellow. The first child is green again, the last child is yellow. So again, it's done exactly everything that we want it to do. So I'll comment that out again, and that's the last child selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the last of type selector. Okay, so we're going to copy 10 here. We'll paste it on line 51. We'll comment this one out. Let's change this to 11. And then let's do last of type. Okay, and then from there, what I want to do is the last of type selector selects all elements that are the last child of a particular type of their parent. Okay, so for the example that we have, it's going to grab the second paragraph tag instead of the first. Okay, so we have this as yellow, but let's change this to red. Okay, let me go back to the browser, refresh. And when I do that, you see that we have the last child for both paragraphs is highlighted red. Okay, so that's the last of type selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the inith child selector. So the inith child selector selects all elements that are an inith child, regardless of type of their parent. Okay, so use the inith of type selector to select all elements that are the inith child of a particular type of their parent. So an example of this would be, let's copy first number 11 here, okay? And I'll write out the syntax for you so you can see what it is. And so we're going to do 12. And what I'm going to do is I'll comment out 11, okay? And we're going to do inith dash child and then n selector. Now what this does is this gives you the ability to call on a number and say, for this example, let's say that over here in our paragraph elements, we have the first child, the second child, and the third child, okay? And I'm going to copy this and just paste it down here and override these, okay? And basically what we want to do is if I type this in here, if I do inith dash child, and then in quotes, I give it a number. And for this example, let's do 3, okay? So we put it in 3, okay? and I go back to the browser and refresh, I should have the third element highlighted for each. Now if I go back and let's change this color to Dodger blue so it's a little easier to read, and let's change it to 2 now and see how that goes and refresh. Okay, this is the second child. Okay, then we go back and we do number 1 and we refresh. This is the first child. So what it does is it gives you the ability to switch between elements. So if you need to select the first element of each parent and select the first child of that element, you can do that with the inith child selector. Okay? So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the inith last child. Okay? So let's go ahead and let's copy this number 12 here. And let's go down and actually let's return once, leave a space in between, and then paste. And I'm going to comment this out. And this is going to be inith last child. So we're not going to have the quotes here to call in a number. We're just going to find the last child. Okay. So let's write out inith last child. Okay. And I was wrong. You can put it in quotes here. And then what we're going to do is we'll do inith dash last dash child 1. And let's go ahead and let's refresh the page here. And now it's going to take us to the end of the page. End of the elements. So with 1 in there, it does that. If I put nothing in there and go back to the browser and refresh, nothing shows up. Okay? So when I do 1, what happened? It started at the end instead of the beginning. If I do 3, what's that going to do? You guessed it, it's going to put it to the front. Okay? So that's how you utilize the inith last child selector. Okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the inith last of type selector. Okay? So let's go ahead and let's copy 13 here. And let's paste it below. And let's comment out 13. Okay. And we're going to, I'm going to show you the inith last of type selector. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the inith last of type. So we have inith last child, which was from the previous video. So we'll change this to type, and then we'll change this to type, and leave it at 3, and change it to tomato. That's kind of a cool color. Then let's refresh in the browser, and nothing happens. Beautiful. That's what I want. So now let's go and let's do 1. Refresh, and nothing happens. Okay, then let's do 2. Refresh, nothing happens. And then let's turn it off, go back and refresh, and nothing happens. So what's going on here is it's not selecting anything. Okay, so all right, so let's go ahead and let's tweak this to make it work. So we're going to do paragraph inith last type, and it's not last type, it's last of type, which is why it's not working. So we'll do last of type, and let's do 3, and we'll make it tomato. And up here we'll do last of type, so we know how to do the last of type selector. Okay, now let's go back to the browser, refresh, and there you go. So now we have the first child selected. If I go back to the text editor here and I change it to 1, okay, then it's going to select the last element. Okay. Now, if I use 2, then that's going to select the middle element on both. There you go. So that's how you use the inith last of child type. All right. Or last of type, I should say, not last of child type. That's how you use the init last of type selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the only child selector. So let's highlight 14 here, and let's paste that right below, and comment out section 14. We'll make this 15, okay, and we're going to do only child selector. So what does that mean? That means we're going to do only dash child selector, and we're going to change this to paragraph only child, and we don't need the number, okay? And instead of tomato, let's do orange, okay? Let's go back and refresh, and okay, so nothing showed up, which is fine. Let's give it another div here. Okay, so let's make a div with a class, and let's do one paragraph. Class is not going to be class. Let's do parent 3. Let's do parent 3, and then let's do only child. Okay, now let's go back and refresh. And you see now it selects that paragraph element because it's the only element in that div. Okay, the other ones, these 3, right? That's in one div, and then these are in one div. So there's 3 elements in that div. It's not going to let you do that. It only lets you do it with an only child. Okay, so there you go. So that's the only child selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the only of type selector. So let's highlight 15, and let's highlight 15, and let's paste it below. And then we'll comment out 15, and we will label this 16. And instead of only child selector, we're going to do only of type selector. Okay. And then same here, only of type, okay? And instead of orange, let's do a green, okay? Let's go to the browser, refresh. And the only child paragraph element is green, okay? And the reason for that is because what we're doing is we are selecting the paragraph element that is the only paragraph element of its parent. And what that means is parent 3 is a div, right? And it only has one element inside of it. So it's just utilizing that one paragraph element in order to show the only of type. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the parent-child selector. Okay, so with that, what you're going to get is the following. You'll get the all paragraph elements that are a direct child of the div element will be selected. Okay, so what that means is if I go ahead and I do, let's copy 16 here, and let's paste this below. Try that again. Let's paste it below. And what we're going to do is we'll change this to 17, and we'll do parent child selector. Okay, so I'll comment out 16 here, and then what I'm going to do is we're going to write out what we need for the parent child selector. So what we want to do is we want to write out div and paragraph, because that's what we've been using throughout this section is divs and paragraphs, right? So what I want to do is I want to do div, right bracket, span. Okay, now if I go back and refresh, we get nothing, right? Because we're not doing span. We're going to do paragraph. Okay, now I'm going to refresh. And all of them are selected. Okay, because why? They're all children of the parent. So every element in the div is a child of the three divs. Okay, so we have div 1, or div, which the first div is parent 1, the second div is parent 2, and the third div is parent 3. Okay, so this is a way where you can select, you can relate the div element to the paragraph element. Okay, so it's a parent-child relationship. Okay, that's how you can connect them together and then give them the properties that you want. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the parent-descendant selector. So let's go ahead and look at this. And the parent-descendant selector, the paragraph elements that are descendants of the div element. Okay, so that's what it's going to highlight, is all the descendants of the div element. Okay, so what we should get here is, let's just write out the syntax here. But first, let's copy this code. Okay, return a couple times, paste it in, and then comment this out. And then let's do 18. And we'll do parent. And we're going to do descendant. So we're just going to do parent child. Or parent descendant, sorry. It's the parent descendant selector. So let's do like that. And then the syntax is just going to be a div and a paragraph. Okay, and let's change this to lime to kind of change the colors up a little bit. Go back, refresh. And we get all of them because they're all descendants of the parent. Okay. So again, it's the same thing as the previous selector. We have three parents here. Okay, so we have parent 1, parent 2, parent 3, and they all have, well, the first two parents have 3 children, and the third parent has 1 child. But they're all descendants of the parent. Okay, so that's the parent descendant selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the element plus next selector. So what it's going to do is, let's go ahead and let's copy the 18 section here. And let's paste that and then comment this out. And then what we're going to do is, let's go ahead and let's write this in the comments so we know what this is. We're going to do element plus next. Okay. Then with the syntax, what I want to do is I want to do div plus paragraph. Okay. And instead of lime, let's do yellow. Let's go to the browser, refresh. And none of them are selected. Okay. So the reason for that is the element has to be next to the div. Okay. It cannot be inside the div. So an example of that would be this. If I were to create a paragraph tag outside of this div, try this one, okay, go back and refresh, that's going to be yellow. Because what you're doing is you're selecting the div plus next. So you're selecting the div element for this example, and then whatever's next to that. It's going to highlight that and give it that property of yellow. Okay, so that's what we did there. All right, so that's the element plus next selector. Now before we go, let's change this to 19. And thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the element siblings selector. So let's go ahead and select 19 here. And what I want to do is I want to go below here, paste this in, comment out 19, and then label this 20 so we have the right section highlighted here. And then we're going to change this to element with a little squiggly line. So if you go to the upper left-hand side of your keyboard, next to the escape key, and this is on a Mac and a Windows keyboard, as I'm verifying right now. I have a Windows keyboard as well. If you hit that little squiggly line, okay, but you got to hold shift. Hold shift and then do the squiggly line, okay? So we're going to do element, squiggly line, siblings, okay? Now let's do that here. And we'll leave the code all as it is. And instead of yellow, let's do Dodger blue, just so we can see the difference. Let's go to the browser, refresh. and it selects the same element. Okay, because what it's doing is it's looking for a sibling that is a paragraph element. Okay. The paragraph element inside a div element will not be selected because it's inside the div. Okay. So you can't be a sibling if you're inside of the parent div and you're outside of it, if that makes sense. So that is the element siblings selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the EQ selector. Okay, so the EQ selector is will select the fourth element in a list, and the index starts at 0. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and we're going to create the syntax for what we need in order for this to cooperate with us. So let's go down here past our div tag and let's create a list. So let's do UL, okay, and let's just do LI, and let's create another list item and one more, okay, and then I'll do item 3. Okay, so let's write out item 2 and item 3. Sorry, item 1. Okay, and then what we're going to do on this side is we're going to copy 20, which is the element sibling selector, and we're going to copy that and paste it, and then I'm going to comment out this one and do 21, and we'll do EQ selector. Okay, and what this is going to do is it's going to select whatever we want it to, right? So we can tell it select the paragraph. So let's do paragraph colon EQ and then 1. So let's grab the first paragraph and let's right click open in the browser. I'll try that again. Let's right click open in the browser, not in the Finder in my case. And what you're going to see is the second child is highlighted in Dodger blue. Okay. Now if we change that to 2, let's see what happens. Okay, so if I go back and I refresh, now it goes to the third child. Okay, so you can go down the line and you can change it to whatever you want. So that's the EQ selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the GT selector. So the GT selector will select, it's a list of elements with an index greater than 3. Okay, so the definition is the GT selector selects elements with an index number higher than a specified number. The index number starts at 0. This is mostly used with another selector to select the last elements in a group. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's work on this with an example of what we already have over here. So let's copy this, and then let's paste it down here, and what we'll do is instead of 21, we'll do 22, and instead of EQ, we'll do GT. Okay, and we'll just type out GT, okay, and then we'll comment out 21 to see what the effect is. And if I go back and refresh, okay, it didn't select anything, which is fine, okay, because I have ET there. So let's change it to GT, okay, and then go back and refresh, and now it selects, this is the one, the first child, the second child, and the only child, okay. So it's going to grab all those elements based on what we're telling it to do. Okay, so that's the GT selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the LT selector, which selects an element with an index number less than a specified number. The index numbers start at 0. This is mostly used together with another selector to select the first elements in a group. And let's go ahead and look at an example of this. Okay, so if I go and I change this, let's copy this first. Okay, and put it down there, and then let's comment this out and go down here to 23, okay, and we're going to do LT, okay, selector, and we'll just change that to LT, right? And then if we keep everything else the same, go back to the browser, refresh, what do we get? The first 2 elements are selected, and those are the paragraph elements, okay? So that's the LT selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the not selector. Okay, so the not selector selects all elements except the specified element. This is mostly used together with another selector to select everything except the specified element in a group. Okay, so an example of this would be if we were to select all the paragraph tags, like what we're going to do, it's not going to select any of them and it will highlight the divs. Okay, it should in essence. So let's go ahead and let's test this theory out and see if I'm right. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's comment this out. We'll label this 24. We'll call this the not selector. And then let's write in not. Okay, and what we can do is instead of a number, we're going to call on a class. So let's do parent2. Okay, and then go back to the browser, refresh, and it's going to call on everything. Okay, so that's the not selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the header selector, which all header elements H1, H2, H3, so H1 to H6 will be selected. Okay, so an example of this would be if we add a header to the HTML here. Okay, so let's do, and actually we have one up there. So let's just use that example. Okay, I already have one there. Good. So let's highlight 24 here, copy that. We're going to paste it below. I'm going to comment this out. We're going to change this to 25. We'll call this the header selector. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll call on header. So the syntax will be like this. We're going to do, I'm going to go like this. Okay, and then we'll put this in quotes. Like so, and then I'm going to do quotes, and I'll do header. Okay, with a colon in front. Okay, and now when I go back and refresh, it's going to highlight the header. Okay, so that is the header selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the header selector, which all header elements H1, H2, H3, so H1 to H6 will be selected. Okay, so an example of this would be if we add a header to the HTML here. Okay, so let's do, and actually we have one up there. So let's just use that example. Okay, I already have one there. Good. So let's highlight 24 here, copy that. We're going to paste it below. I'm going to comment this out. We're going to change this to 25. We'll call this the header selector. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll call on header. So the syntax will be like this. We're going to do, I'm going to go like this. Okay, and then we'll put this in quotes. Like so, and then I'm going to do quotes, and I'll do header. Okay, with a colon in front. Okay, and now when I go back and refresh, it's going to highlight the header. Okay, so that is the header selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the focus selector. So the focus selector selects the element that currently has focus. This selector is often used with a tag name or another selector. If not, the selector will be the same as focus. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do an example of this. So what I'll do is I'll comment out the code that we did before in the previous video. Okay, and we're going to go down a couple lines here. We'll do 27, and we'll do focus selector. Okay, and then below that, what we're going to do is we're going to do document dot ready. Okay, and then function, curly bracket, and then inside of here, let's do the $. We're going to do input, and we're going to add this HTML so it'll work. Focus, and then below that, let's do $, focus, .css, background, color, yellow. Okay, and before we test anything, let's go over to the HTML and let's write out some fresh HTML here. So we'll comment out all this. Okay, and we're going to write out input, And let's just write out the word input and hit tab. And we're going to do type text. Okay? And that's it. So let's go back, refresh. And it's yellow. Okay, so that worked. So in the previous example, in the previous video, I tried to show you how to do an animated example and it didn't work. Well, that was because I had the wrong syntax. But when you have the right syntax and an easy example, then it works. So from now on, I'm going to do simpler examples. That way I don't confuse you and we spend 7 minutes trying to build an example out that we don't need to do. Okay, so we're going to keep it simple from now on. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the contains selector. So the contains selector selects elements containing the specified string. The string can be contained directly in the element as text or in a child element. This is mostly used together with another selector to select the elements containing the text in a group. So let's go ahead and take a look at this, and I'll give you an example of this. Okay, so for this, what we can do, we'll just comment out this code here, and we'll comment out this. We'll copy it, and then we'll comment it out. And then let's do 28, and we're going to do contains. Okay, so we'll do contains selector. All right, so let's paste that code in. And what we're going to do is we're going to write out one line instead of two. So we're only going to have this line here. And actually, let's just rewrite the syntax so we don't have errors. So let's do $document .ready function. And then let's do curly bracket. And then we'll do $p : contains. And let's do is.css. And then from there, so let's do it like this, and then .css outside of here. And then inside we'll do background color in quotes. So in quotes, let's do background color. And then let's do a comma, and we'll do yellow. Okay, and then we'll close there and close there. So we're good to go there. And now what I want to do is we're going to look for any text with is in it. Now, this, so we'll do an H1 and H2, that. Okay, and then an H3 with is, H4 with the. Let's go back to the browser, refresh, and is should be highlighted. Let me see why it's not working. Okay, I did a paragraph. That's why. Come on, man. You're the teacher and you're doing that. Okay. This, let's do a paragraph tag. So this, that, is, first a paragraph tag, then is, and one more, who, and one more after that, another paragraph tag, is. Now let's go back and we should have 3 of them. Well, is technically in this one. So let's do hello instead of this, because it is looking for a string, so I'm kind of welcoming that type of issue over here. I should know better. Come on now. All right, so we got it working. Is, and is. Okay? So that is the is selector. No, that's the contain selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the has selector. So the has selector selects all elements that have one or more elements inside of them that matches the specified selector. Okay, so an example of that would be the span tag inside of a paragraph. So let's just add the span tag here. So just write out bracket span and hit tab, or not. Doesn't want to cooperate with me. Come on, man. There we go. Select me right there. Remember what I said before. I'm going to keep this simple. So I'm going to copy 28 and then comment it out. Okay. We're going to label this 29. and we're going to label this has selector, and then change contains to has, and let's do the span tag instead of is. Okay, I'll refresh, and that select me. Let's add a space here just to kind of clean it up a little bit. There you go. That select me. So there you go. That's the has selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the empty selector. So all elements that are empty will be selected. Okay, so an example of this would be an empty element is an element without child elements or text. Okay, so an example of that would be if I were to create a paragraph tag and put no text in it. Okay, and then I highlight this, which we're going to do. I return and I paste it down here, and we relabel this the empty selector, which is what we're doing. Okay, and then I comment this out so it doesn't run twice, and we change this from has to empty. Okay, and what we're going to do is let's take out all of this and just do empty. Okay, go back to the browser, refresh. We should have one highlighted, which we don't. Okay. So I have empty.css. Okay. So let me make sure I've saved everything. Okay, I did. Let's do an H1. Okay, and see if that works. Nope. Okay. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's create a table. Okay. And let's have a blank element there. So let's do table, and then let's do a table row, and let's do a th here, and then below that let's do another table row. Okay, so table row, and then let's do a td for data. And now let's try it. Refresh. There you go. Now we have one that's yellow. So it's selected empty data. Okay. So that is the empty selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So we're going to talk about the parent selector, which selects all elements that are a parent of another element, including text nodes. So we could use the example that we did before in the previous video, which is just to use the table. So let's just do that. I'm going to comment this out. Okay, we'll change this to 31, and we'll do parent selector, and we will select the td parent, and then delete all that, and make sure you have td colon parent and then in quotes. Go back to the browser, refresh, and it should select that. Let me just see why it's not working. Let's see here. Okay, we'll do td. Let's make a couple more tds. Okay. Okay, let's go back and refresh. There you go. So you can see once I added content that I wanted to work. Thank you for cooperating. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the hidden selector. So with this, let's go ahead and let's do the hidden selector selects hidden elements. Hidden elements are elements that are set to display none. Form elements of the type hidden. Width and height are set to 0. The hidden parent element, this also hides child elements. So if I open this up, what we can do is let's go like this, and let's create a paragraph tag with a style inline, display none. Okay, and then inside of there, this is hidden. Okay, so when I open this up and refresh, it's not going to show up. It's hidden. Okay, that was the point. So success. Now let's highlight this and let's comment this out. Okay, and we're going to do 32. We'll call it the hidden selector. And let's do paragraph dot hidden, or colon hidden, sorry. And we're going to do dot show instead of dot CSS. So let's do this. Dot show 3500. Okay, and then we're going to close that and close here. Now what we should get when we open the browser here and refresh, this is hidden. Okay, and what it's doing is it's doing in milliseconds. So we did 3500 milliseconds, and so it's slowly displaying the text. Okay, so that is the hidden selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the visible selector. So let's make the visible selector selects every element that is currently visible. Visible elements are elements that are not set to display none. Form elements of the type hidden, width and height set to 0, and a hidden parent element. Okay, so let's look at the example here. And what I want to do with this is we would just highlight this text here, change it to 33, and let's call it visible. Okay. And then we'll close this one, actually hide it, and we'll change this to visible. Okay, and instead of .show, we're going to do CSS. And instead of that, we're going to do background, color, Dodger blue. Go back, refresh, and now they're all highlighted in blue. Okay, so that's the visible selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the root selector. So the root selector selects the document's root element. In HTML, the root element is always the HTML element. Okay, so it's going to select that, and it's essential to. It's like if you were in CSS and you want to select the body tag to give it a background color, it would be the same exact thing. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to select the root tag. So we'll call this the root selector. And we'll do document ready.function. And then we're going to do, instead of this, we'll just do colon root Dodger blue. Go back to the browser, and now the background should be blue. And there you go. All right, so that's the root selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the language selector, okay? And really what that is the language, it selects the language attribute value starting with DE, okay? So let's go ahead and let's take a look at this and see what's going on. So here we go. So if I wanted to go ahead and write out, let's do a paragraph tag and write, I live in Italy, right? Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this root selector here. Copy that, paste it here. We'll comment this out, and we'll do 35, and we'll call this language selector, okay? And we're going to do paragraph colon language, and then it.css background color Dodger blue. Okay, now what we need to do is give the paragraph with a language attribute of IT, or Italy, Sia Bella. Okay, we'll go back to the browser here, refresh, and now Sia Bella is in Dodger blue. Okay, so that worked. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute selector. And in the upcoming videos, we're going to cover a variety of different attribute values. Okay, so that's going to be about the next, let's see here, about 10 videos, just so you know. Okay, so let's talk about the attribute selector first. That selects each element with a specified attribute. Okay, so an example of this would be if I created a list here. So let's do a UL, okay, and let's give it an ID. Okay, of choose. Okay, and then let's do li item 1, li item 2, and then li item 3. Okay, what happens is when I come over here and I copy this, okay, and then we comment this out, and we add the attribute selector there, we're going to do, all we're going to call on is the ID. We're not going to do anything else. So we're just going to put in brackets here, ID. That's going to call on this, and it's going to give these the background color of yellow or Dodger blue, whatever color, whatever property you give it, that's what it's going to have. Okay, and the reason for that is it's saying, look, grab the ID of choose and give it the background color of Dodger blue. Okay, so that's the attribute selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute equals value selector. So we're going to select the value now. So the attribute equals value selector selects each element with a specified attribute and value. Okay, so we can go and we can select the value, and essentially it's the same thing. Okay, so we're going to use the exact same code. Okay, so I'm going to change this from attribute selector to attribute value. Okay. And again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to just call an ID, and it'll give it the color of Dodger blue. Okay. So let's refresh, and there you go. All right. So that is the attribute value selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute value selector with a exclamation point. Okay. So it's a different value selector. And it selects each element that does not have a specified attribute and value. Elements with a selected attribute but with a different value will be selected. So let's look at an example of this. Okay. So what we're going to do is let's copy this. Okay. And before we do that, let's change this to 36. Okay. And then the next one's going to be 37. So let's make this 37. Okay. And this is going to be commented out. Okay. And let's do this right here. So let's do paragraph class exclamation point equals intro. Okay, so the intro, let's add a paragraph tag here and give it a class of intro. Okay. So let's go back and refresh. Okay, there you go. So that is the attribute value selector with an exclamation point. Okay, so like this, that's the, so it's an attribute value selector, but it's got a different symbol, and that's going to be for the next upcoming videos. We're going to talk about each one individually so you understand each one. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, let's talk about the attribute selector with the $sign. Okay, so this attribute selector selects each element with a specified attribute with a value ending in a specific string. Okay, so we're going to use the $sign for that. So let's go ahead and let's copy this first. Okay, paste that down here. Let's comment this one out. Okay, we'll do 38. And we'll do the $sign. So we'll do the $sign here. Okay. And then inside of here, let's do the, we're going to do an anchor tag. So let's do anchor tag href $sign equals .org. Okay. And then we're going to do yellow instead of Dodger blue. And what that's going to do is if I have a domain or a link, I should say, okay, with, let's just say google.org. Okay, and then if I did above that, let's do google.com. Okay, and then another one, let's do google.net. Okay, go back, refresh in the browser, and I should have, really, let me save that, refresh again. Let's try this again. And I know why it's not working, because I didn't put it where it needs to be. So we'll do google.com, google.net, seeing if you're paying attention, and then do google.org. Let's see here. So we do google.org, save it, go back, refresh, and now I have google.org right here selected. Okay, so we based it on the property of the anchor tag and the href. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute value with the title tag. Okay, so we're going to use the title tag this time, or a title, yeah, the title, to highlight it and work with it that way. So let's go ahead and copy this. We're going to go down here, return, paste it. And what we'll do is label this 39. And we're going to do a pipe instead of a $sign. So if you hold shift and right above the return button or the key, you'll get a pipe. Okay. And then we'll do paragraph. So let's do the, in quotes, P and then title, and then equals after the pipe. So we'll do title, pipe, okay, equals tomorrow. Okay, .css, background color yellow. We'll comment this one out. Okay, and then what we'll do is I will create a couple paragraphs with this exact spelling. So we'll do title, and we're going to do tomorrow. This is the one. Okay, and then above that, let's do another paragraph tag with the capital, with the title, but, and then give it tomorrow in capital T, right? This is the one, okay? And then let's go back and refresh in the browser. And this is the one. So the one with the lowercase, which matches this, is going to be selected. Okay? So, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute value with the, I guess it would be like an arrow. It selects each element with a specified attribute with a value beginning in a specific string. Okay, so what we can do is we're going to use the input of value of name. So let's do that here. So let's do input. Okay, and let's give it a name of Canada. Let's do another one. Let's do USA. And we'll just keep it all lowercase, and then Mexico. So we're going to do North America. Okay. Okay, Mexico's, here we go. And then what I'll do is I will select this, we'll paste it below, and we'll do 40. And this is going to be the, so this is going to be the arrow. So instead of this, we're going to hold shift and hit the number 6. Okay. And when we go here, instead of being input, we're gonna do this. So let me go ahead and let's type out input, and let's do name, and then let's do shift and 6 equals, in quotes, nation. Okay. And actually not nation. Let's do Canada or USA. Let's do that one. When I go back and I refresh, what happens is that value is selected. So USA is selected. Now, if I were to give it an actual value of USA, then it would show up correctly. So let's do that. Let's go back to the browser, refresh, and now you see USA in there. Okay, so that's how you utilize the attribute value selector using the input of name. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute selector with a little squiggly line, and we're going to cover it's going to cover the title tag again. Okay, but we're going to talk about we're going to utilize the same HTML. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use the same HTML as we did in the previous video. So let's just copy this syntax here. We'll paste it here. We'll do 41. And we're going to do a squiggly line. So in the upper left-hand corner of your keyboard, if you hit this, you're going to get that little slash there. So hold shift and then do it. And that's what we're going to be utilizing. So we're going to use that, and we're going to use the same exact syntax as the previous video. So we can test it out, make sure it works. So right now you're going to see two of them. Actually, they're going to overlap each other. So let me turn this one off. Okay, now let's go back and refresh. And you see USA. Okay, so that worked. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the last attribute value. Okay, so I know this is a burner to go through all these because these are all different variations of using the attribute value selector, but they're important to understand because they all do a little bit different things. The concepts are the same. So I'm going to copy 41. We're going to change this to 42. And we're going to give it a star instead of the squiggly line. So hold shift and hit the number 8. And then we're going to call on that here. Okay, and that will fill in our syntax and it should highlight correctly, which it does. So we are good to go. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the input selector. So let's go ahead and talk about what the input selector is. And then let's do an example. So the input selector selects form elements. This selector also works with the button element. Okay, so this specific selector is targeted for the form elements. Okay, so let's copy this right here, 42, and then let's return here. And let's say this is 43, and let's call this the input selector. Okay. And we're going to do, I'm going to highlight all this except for the quotes, and we'll just do colon input, okay? And we'll do Dodger blue. So it can differentiate, and then we'll comment out 42. So that's done, and then I'm going to comment out all this code here, all this HTML. Let's comment all of it. And then let's write some fresh HTML below here so we can kind of connect these together. So let's do a form, and let's do inside of there, let's do a name and then input with text, and then we're going to give it the name of user. Okay, and then at the end of that, let's give it a break tag, and then we're going to do password, input, and we'll do type is going to be password. The name is going to be password. Okay. And then we'll give it another break. So just type in BR. And then below that, let's do a button. And the type is going to be button. And we're just going to call this button. Okay. After that, let's do an input. And we're going to do type button. Okay. And then we'll call this button 2. And let's give it a value of button 2. Okay. And this one, let's give it a name of button 1. Okay. And then let's add another break tag here. And then below that, let's do an input with a type of reset. And then the value is going to be reset. Okay. All right. And then we'll do, after that, we'll do input again, and we'll do submit, okay? And the value will be submit, okay? And then after that, we're going to do a break, okay? And then we'll save that. Let's right-click, open in the browser. Okay, so you can see we color coded everything. So we color coded the name, the password, button 1, button 2, reset, and submit. Okay, so that's how you utilize the input selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the text selector. Okay, so let's go over the definition of the text selector first, and then let's look at an example. So the text selector selects input elements with the type equals text. So we can essentially utilize the HTML that we used in the previous video to target a specific input type with the value of text and then color code that to whatever we need. So let's go ahead and let's copy 43 here. I'll paste that below and then let's comment this out. Okay, and then let's do 44 here. And we'll do what? Let's go ahead and let's do text selector. Okay, and we're going to do text. Okay, and instead of Dodger blue, let's do red. Okay, so it'll stand out. So let's right click and refresh, and now it's only going to highlight the elements with the value of, or the type of text. Okay, so it just targeted that one element, and that was the whole idea. All right, so that's the text selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the password selector. And so the password selector selects input elements with the type password. So similar to the previous video, what we're going to do is we're going to select this right here because the input type is password. Okay, so let's copy text selector. Let's rename this 45 and then password selector instead. And let's go ahead and let's enter in the proper syntax here. So instead of text, it's just going to be password. Okay, and we can make this, let's do lime, okay, for green. I'm going to leave the other one on just so you can see what it's doing here. Okay, so if I go back to the browser and refresh, I have a red name and a lime password. Okay, so that's how it works. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the radio selector. So the radio selector selects input elements with the type radio. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do an example of this. Now, we don't have that input type in our form, okay, but we can add one. So let's go ahead and after the button 2, let's add an input, okay, and let's do radio, okay, and we'll give it a value. Just leave it like that, and let's add a break at the end, okay, and then what I'll do is I'll copy the password selector, and we'll paste it down here. We'll change it to 46, and we'll do radio selector, okay, and we're going to do radio instead of password, and let's give it the color of yellow, okay, and then go to the browser, refresh, and I don't have okay, so the type is radio. Let's give it a name of radio and a value of radio, just so we know what it is. Okay, now let's try again. Okay, so if we give it a background color, okay, so we're going to do, so there's a little more to it than what we've been normally doing. So we're going to do .wrap, okay, and then we're going to do span style equals okay, and let's do background color yellow. Okay, and then after that, so we need to make a couple corrections here in my syntax. So we're going to do a span style equals background color yellow. Okay, then we're going to close that and then quotes. Okay, now when we do that, what it should do is this should correct the error. Now let's go back and refresh. And now we have a yellow span. Now what I want to do is let's change this to Dodger Blue so we can actually see it. Okay, so let's go back and refresh. And that's even worse. So let me do black. Okay, that way we can actually see what we're doing here. There you go. So now we change the color of the radio element, okay, which is the type, the input type. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the checkbox. So the checkbox selector selects input elements with the type equals checkbox. Okay, so this will be similar to the previous video where we did the radio, but instead of the radio button, we're going to do a checkbox. So let's go ahead and we'll keep it the way it is here. And all we'll do is we'll just change this to, let's copy this first. Okay. And then let's change this to checkbox selector. And then let's change it to 47. And we'll give it a color of black. And then we'll comment out 46 because they have the same properties. So let's comment that out. We'll go back to the browser, refresh. And nothing shows up because we didn't add a checkbox. Come on, man. So I'm going to add a checkbox. So let's do input. And let's do type checkbox. Okay. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. And let me see. We'll give it an input type of checkbox. Make sure that's what it is. It is. And then the name, it should be working otherwise. Let's see, document.ready, function, checkbox, that's why. See why I check and check again? There we go. So now it has the black background that we wanted, okay? Now if we wanted to keep this one on, the radio selector on, and just change the color to, orange. That's if I can spell orange. Okay. Go back to the browser here, refresh. We got a blue radio button and then the checkbox. Okay, so that's checkbox. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the submit selector. So the submit selector selects buttons and input elements with the type equal to submit. If a button element has no defined type, most browsers will use it as a button with type submit. Okay, so that's the default in most browsers. Okay, so what we can do is we already have a submit button here. So all we're going to do is change this to, let's copy that first, and then let's go to this one right here. Okay, 45, and let's go down to the bottom here, and we'll change this to 48, and we'll do submit selector. And I will do lime is fine. Instead of password, we're going to do submit. Now this should automatically go over there. So let's see. Yep, there it is. So you see it's by default it's submit. Okay. But that's how you style that's how you grab the submit selector, how you use the submit selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the reset selector. So the reset selector does the following. It selects button and input elements with a type equal to reset. So if we have a reset value, then it will grab that. So let's go ahead and let's copy this submit selector, okay, and paste it down here. Change it to 49, and then do reset selector, and change this to reset. And then let's do a color of purple. Go back to the browser, refresh, and now we have a purple button. Okay, so we use that to select the reset type. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the button selector. So the button selector selects button elements and input elements with the type button. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do that. Now we already have that in our form over here to the left. We have multiple buttons. So what it will do is it will select all of those buttons. So let's do button selector, and let's do button And let's go back to the browser, refresh. And now all of our buttons are purple. Very nice. Except for the submit button, because that one already has a different trait, right? So if I change this to blue for reset, right? Then what it's going to do is I'll have a blue reset, a green or a lime submit, and then purple buttons. Because what you're doing is you're grabbing the type of button. So when I grab the type of reset or submit, it pulled that and said, okay, the type is reset, so I can give it this value. And it overrides the button value. That's why you have to set the type and give it that attribute. Then you can customize it to whatever you want. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the image selector. Now this will be a fun one because this is a little bit different, and you can select, it selects input elements with the type image. Okay, so again, this has to do with images inside of your form. Okay, so we can do an input type. So let's do a break, and then let's do input and type. Let's do image. Okay, now inside of image, let's give it a source. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to, let's do src. Okay, we'll save that, and then let's go to the browser here and go to google.com, and then let's just right click and save the location or copy the image location, and then paste that in here. Okay, and bring it back. And then let's select the button selector here and paste it there and change this to the image selector. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to type in image instead of button, and that will give it a background color of purple. So let's change it to black. See how that would look. Or let's do like a gray. I think that'd be fine. Let's go back to the browser, refresh, and now we have Google. Okay, and it's showing the logo with a gray. So that's how you can customize an image in a form using the image selector. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the file selector. So the file selector selects input elements with the type file. Okay, so again, same kind of thing. We don't have a file here, but we can add this to our form, which is growing by the minute. So let's do name. Let's do name, and then let's do input, and type will be text. Okay, and then file, input, and then it's going to be file type instead of text, right? Then over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the image selector, return, I'll paste that in, we'll do file selector instead of image selector, and it's going to be file, that's CSS, right? And we'll make it pink. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh, and now you can see we have a pink background for the file selection. All right, so that is the file selector. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the enabled selector. So let's talk about the definition of the enabled selector. Okay, so the cool thing about this is it gives you the ability to, the enabled selector selects all enabled form elements. So anything that is enabled, you'll have the ability to change the functionality of that. Okay, so an example of that would be if we went ahead and we copied the line 52 here, okay, and not line 52, 269. Okay, and then we went down here, we returned twice and pasted this in and did 53, and we did enabled selector, okay, and then we can change this here to enabled, okay, and we'll change the background color to, let's say, blue, just for giggles. Okay, then let's go back to the browser, refresh. Okay, now everything is blue because it gave me the ability to override everything with the enabled selector. Okay, and that's why you'd want to use that. All right, so if you wanted to give everything like a global property, you would use the enabled selector. So that's the easiest way to utilize that. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the disabled selector. So let's go ahead and look at the definition of that first. And it's going to be obviously the opposite of the enabled selector. Okay, it selects all disabled form elements. So if there are any elements that are disabled, okay, you're going to have to give it a disabled effect, which means we're going to have to go ahead and go over to our HTML, and we're going to have to give it a disabled property or attribute so that it can be called upon. Okay, so if I do disabled and we do equals disabled, okay, then we can call upon this after we highlight the 53 here and then paste this below and give it the number 54. And then let's just do disabled instead of enabled, right? So we'll do DIS A BLED, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to label this, which is enabled, to disabled, okay? So there we go. So let's save that and go back to the browser and refresh. And now that item that's disabled will work properly because it has the disabled type enacted. Okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the selector. Well, actually, the selected selector. It's a tongue twister. The selected selector selects option elements that are pre-selected. Again, that's a lot of selecting. So let's go ahead and let's test this out. If I go to the form here and we add a drop-down menu, so let's go to the checkbox. Actually, let's go between the radio button and the checkbox, right? So let's go ahead and let's do car. Okay, and let's do colon and then select. Okay, and we're going to give it a class. We'll just leave it like that. Okay, and then inside of here, let's do option. So let's do Ford, and then option, and let's do Porsche, which we all know is my favorite. Hopefully I'm spelling that right. And then we're going to make this selected. Okay. Equals selected. Okay. So now what it's going to do is when I go back and refresh, okay, it's blue right now because I got to turn off the global effects here. So let's go up to the text selector. I believe we set the color to blue. So wherever that effect is, that's the one we need to turn off. So this one right here, which is the reset, that's blue, and enabled. So that's all of the elements, okay? So let's go back. Let's refresh. And now Porsche is selected, but we want it to be highlighted, right? So we need to add the jQuery here. So let's do that down here. And we'll call this the selected. Selected selector. Okay, instead of disabled, it's selected. And we'll do, instead of blue, let's do let's see, light blue. Okay, we'll go back to the browser, refresh. And now you can see it's light blue. Okay, now if I were to change that to like a red, so it pops a little more, go back, refresh, and now you can see it's selected with red. Okay, so it's a little easier to read. All right, so that is the selected selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the checked selector. Okay, and this is going to select all checked input elements. Okay, so we have the check selector selects all checked check boxes or radio buttons. Okay, so we have both of those in our form. So let's go ahead and copy this. And actually, let's change selected selector to 55. And then when we paste it down here, change that to 56. Okay, and we'll change this to checked, and let's do lime. Okay, now let's refresh and open the browser, and we should see lime somewhere. Let's see if let's make sure I changed everything correctly. So anything that's checked should be this color unless I already have that running, which I do, checkbox. So we have it set at black. So let's comment out section 47, go back to the browser, refresh, and what do we got? Okay, so that turned that off, and we're good to go. Okay, so that is the checked selector. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 6. We're going to talk about events. So in this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout the section. So we're going to cover events, and we'll talk about the following events: blur, change, click, double click, focus, focus out, hover, key down, key press, key up, live, load, mouse down, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over, mouse up, off, on, and unload. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the blur event. So before we jump into too further, what I first want to do is set up the events files here. So we have an HTML file and a JavaScript file. Okay, so we're going to right click and open this HTML file in the browser just to make sure everything is connected properly. I've already set this up for you. So all you have to do is just code along with me, but I want to make sure everything is working, and it is. So we're set to go there. So now let's dive into our very first event. And before we do that, let's go to View and Pans and split to the right. I want to have the JavaScript on the right and the HTML on the left, and remove the sidebar here. If I click there, then the sidebar will disappear. So we have a full canvas so we can work with that. So let's talk about the blur event. Okay, so the blur event or method, the blur event occurs when an element loses focus. The blur method triggers the blur event or attaches a function to run when a blur event occurs. So let's go ahead and let's try this out. So what I want you to do is let's go inside of here, over here, and we're going to type in, we're going to comment out this code, and we're going to do blur event. Okay, so we're going to be labeling this every single event that we create and do in this section. We're going to write it over here so that we have it in a JavaScript file. So we're going to do document, okay, and we're going to do .ready, and we're going to call on a function, okay, and inside of that function, we're going to call on input .blur, and then that function, not L function, but function, okay, and then inside of there, I'm going to do curly brackets, and we're going to do alert, and we're going to do this input field has lost its focus. Okay, and then we'll close that on the outside, and then down here we'll close, and here we'll close as well. Okay, so now we have that running. Now what we need to do is actually create the HTML over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter your name, and we're going to do input, and the type will be text. Okay, and then down here, let's do a paragraph tag. So write something in the input field and click outside to lose focus. Okay, now if everything is written correctly on my end here, we should be able to do this. So let's type in learn. Click outside. Okay, so when we do that, what should happen is when we click on the outside, we'll get an alert. Okay, so let's see what the syntax error is real quick. Okay, so what it's saying is it's missing parameters. Okay, so there's a syntax error somewhere because of yours truly. So what I want to do is go through and let's look at it and see what we did wrong here. So let's do, we're right there, that's good. It should be right. It should be document.ready function and then input.blur function alert. This input field has lost its focus. Okay. So it should work, but since it's not, let's go ahead and let's just write it again. Okay. So we'll just do 01 blur event. Okay. And let's go ahead and let's write it again. So I'll do $ document dot ready function, and then we'll do a curly bracket. And inside of there, let's do the $ and then input in quotes. And then we'll do .blur function. Okay, and then another curly bracket. And then we'll do alert. This input field has lost its focus. Now you're probably asking, why am we writing this again? Well, the point of doing this is to work out any bugs or kinks that we have. So if we refresh, okay, and then I click out of here, there you go. The input field has lost its focus. So we corrected the error, and now it's working. So sometimes it just helps to rewrite it, and then everything will cooperate with you. All right, so that is the blur event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the change event. So the change event triggers the change event. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's look at this. And the change event occurs when the value of an element has been changed, only works on input, text area, and select elements. The change method triggers the change event or attaches a function to run when a change event occurs. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try this out. So we're going to use the same syntax that we had in the previous video. The only thing that we're going to change is instead of .blur, it's going to be .change. Okay, that's the only thing we're going to change. Okay, so let's return and let's change this to 02 and then change event. And then let's comment this out just so that they don't overlap each other. And then go to the browser, refresh, click here and then click outside, and the input field has lost its focus. And what it should do is when you do that, and I go outside of the browser, it'll pop up and says the text has changed. So the only thing that we need to change here is the alert, okay? So let's change this to the text has been changed. Okay, so that's the change event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the click event, okay? So the click event attaches and triggers the click event. So let's go ahead and let's copy this 02 change event, okay? So we'll highlight it, hit Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC, Command C on the Mac, Command V on the Mac, Control V on the PC to paste that, and then we're going to change this to, instead of change, click event. Okay. And then what we're going to do is I'll talk a little bit about the definition, and we'll do an example. So the click event occurs when an element is clicked. The click method triggers the click event or attaches a function to run when a click event occurs. Okay. So an example of this would be what we already have in there. We have document.ready function, and instead of doing input.blur, we're going to do paragraph dot click dot function. Okay, so we're gonna change this, just this line right here. Okay, so let's do paragraph inside the quotes, and we'll do dot click. Okay, and then function and everything else should be fine just the way it is. Then let's go ahead and right click and open in the browser. Take a look at that. And once that opens up, okay, let me just see. Let's go back to Adam real quick. And let's comment out this code here. Let's comment this out, highlight it, and hit Command / or question mark, save it. Now I'll go back to the browser, refresh. Okay. So when we click on the paragraph, it should highlight. If it doesn't, then let's do this. Okay, so let's comment this out as well, and then we'll just make a new paragraph and click on this paragraph. Save that, go back, refresh. There you go. The text has been changed. So that's a click event. Okay. And you can change the text, obviously, with the alert, and you can say the paragraph was clicked. Okay. So like this, the paragraph was clicked. So you know it was selected. Okay. So that's the click event. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the double click event. Okay. So the double click event consists, it attaches a trigger and it triggers the double click event. Okay. And the definition of this would be the double click event occurs when an element is double clicked. The double click method triggers the double click event or attaches a function to run when a double click event occurs. So what you're doing is you have to double click in order for it to do what we just did in the previous video, which was a single click. Okay, so let's copy this. Okay. Paste on line 22 and then comment this out from 16 to 20. And we'll do double click event. So we're going to do db click, dbl click. And everything else was double clicked. So let's do, the paragraph was double clicked. Okay, now if I go back to the browser, refresh, click on it. That should work. Let me just see what's going on here. Let's refresh. Okay, interesting. So let's undo that, undo this. Okay, go back to the browser with the click event. Okay, so that's working, right? So now let's do dbl and save. Go back and refresh. Oh, there you go. I didn't double click. So now the paragraph was clicked, okay? And that's why it wasn't working, because I wasn't double clicking. So now we can put double clicked here. Wanted to see if you were paying attention. If you were, then you already caught on. If not, well, then you're just like me. There you go. The paragraph was double clicked. All right, so that's the double click event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the focus event. Okay, so the focus event is quite exciting. It attaches and triggers the focus event. Okay, now let's look at the definition of this. Okay, so the focus event occurs when an element goes into focus, when selected by a mouse click or by tab navigating to it. The focus method triggers the focus event or attaches a function to run when a focus event occurs. Okay. So let's do an example of this. And so we're going to copy this code here, but we're just going to change the commenting out, and then we're going to rewrite this. Whoops. I didn't want to do that. Let's copy it. There we go. Paste it down here, and we'll do focus event. And then what we'll do is we will comment out number 3 here completely. And here we'll just delete everything, and we'll rewrite. Yeah, let's rewrite. So let's do document dot ready function so we'll do the function here. There we go. And then we'll do $ input, which we're going to add this HTML soon. Okay, and then we'll do dot focus function, and then curly brackets, and we'll do span dot CSS display inline dot fade out 2000. Okay. I'll save that. Then over here, let's comment out the paragraph tag. And we're going to do input. Okay, and then let's go to the browser real quick and just refresh that. So you see we have an input here, okay? Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a span tag. So span, nice to meet you. And then we'll do a paragraph tag that says click in the input field to get focus. And we're going to do a little styling. So we're going to give the style tag, and we'll do span display none. Let's go back, refresh. Nice to meet you. So what that did is it gave you the focus of the input field, okay? So you see what we did there. What we did is we gave it a little CSS with a fade out once we clicked on the input. Okay, so it's fading out 2000 milliseconds. Okay, so that is the focus event. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the focus in event. So the focus in event occurs when an element or any elements inside it gets focused. The focus in method attaches a function to run when a function event occurs on an element or any elements inside of it. Unlike the focus method, the focus in method also triggers if any child elements get focus. So let's go ahead and let's run some jQuery for this. Okay, so what I'm going to do first is let's copy 04 here, focus event. And let's paste that down here, and we will make this number 5 and do focus in event. And then comment out number 4 here. And then what we'll do is we will go to the body tag here, and I will comment out all of this code here. And we will do a couple things. We're going to do a div, okay, and let's give it a last name. Let's do first name, colon, and then do input. And the type is going to be text. Now let's do a break tag, and then do last name, input, Okay, and then we're going to do outside of the div, paragraph, click on the input field to get focus, click outside an input field to lose focus. Okay, so here's what we're going to do then. So we're going to just rewrite this. And we'll do $doctype.ready. And we'll do function, not ready, sorry, ready. $, and we'll do div.focus in function. Okay, and then we will do curly brackets, and we're going to do this with no quotes, this .css background color, okay, and then we'll do a comma, and let's do Dodger blue. Okay, we'll close that, close this one, and then we're going to create another function here. We'll do div.focus in. Actually, no, .focus out. Function. And we'll do $, this .css background color, and let's do green. Okay, close that, close these out. There you go. So when you select it, it's blue. When you select out, it's green. Okay. So that's the focus in event. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the focus out event. Okay. So in the previous video, we pretty much did that, but I want to talk about the definition. So the focus out event occurs when an element or any element inside of it loses focus. The focus out method attaches a function to run when focus out event occurs on the element or any elements inside it. Okay, so let's look at the example. And again, we already wrote the code, but I want to copy this. Okay, we wrote the code in the previous video. I didn't highlight it because I want to do a separate video on it and kind of focus on, literally, and focus out. So let's comment this out, make this 0.6, and then focus out. Okay, and you can see how it works together. I come from a video background, and when I think of focus in and focus out, I think of fade in and fade out, because really it's a transition is what you're doing. Okay, but this is a different type of transition because what you're doing is you're focusing on an element instead of the whole video as an example. Okay, because this, when I click here, it's blue, so we focus in, and we say, okay, we want to focus in on the form, right? And when I click out, we're saying, okay, we're not focusing anymore on it. Okay, and actually what you'd want to do, instead of doing like a green, you would want to do this. Okay, let's go back here. Let's type on white, and you kind of want to do like let's refresh. When we highlight it, it's blue. When I click off, it goes back to normal. Why? Because you don't want to distract people with it because you're unfocusing from it. Okay, so that's the idea of focus out. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the hover event or method. Okay, so The hovered method triggers or specifies two functions to run when the mouse pointer hovers over the selected elements. The method triggers both the mouse enter and mouse leave events. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy this code here. Okay, and it's going to be pretty much the same as the focus out event code, but we're going to change a few things. So let's comment this out, and then let's go 0.7, and we'll do hover event. Okay, and instead of, we're going to do a paragraph instead of a div. Okay, we'll keep the colors the same. I'm going to make this green, and then we're going to call on all right, let's rewrite this. So we're going to do $document .ready function. Okay, and then curly brackets $paragraph. Okay, .hover function. Okay, and then we'll do this .css background color, and we'll do Dodger blue. And then we're going to put the curly brace, which is right here. Okay, we'll put a comma here. We'll do function, curly brace, okay, and then inside of there we're going to do $this.css, and we'll do this inside, and then .css. Background color, and we'll do comma and green. Okay, and then down here, same deal, and then down here. Okay, so with that, then let's go over here. We're going to comment out all this code here. Okay, we'll comment that out, and then we'll do the paragraph tag. We'll do hover the mouse pointer, hover the mouse over this paragraph. Let's try that out. There you go. So now you've used the hover method. All right, congratulations. Great job. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the key down event. Okay. So the key down event triggers and attaches the key down event. Okay. So the orders of events related to the key down event. Key down, the key is on its way down. Key press, the key is pressed down. Key up, the key is released. The key down event occurs when a keyboard key is pressed down. The key down method triggers the key down event or attaches a function to run when a key down event occurs. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try this out. Okay, so what we'll do is we will copy the hover event code here. Now return, we'll do 0.8. And let's do key down. Okay, let's highlight the hover event and comment that out. And then also this, copy that, return to line 38, and then we'll write out some HTML first. So let's write out enter your name, and then let's do an input. Okay, and the value is going to be text, so we can leave that blank. And then let's do a paragraph tag. enter your name. It will change background color on key down and key up. Okay, so that's what we want to accomplish. We want to, when we write our name or write out a word, we want it to change color. So we're going to do document dot ready. We're going to do function. Okay, and then we'll do this and net curly brackets, and then we'll do $, in quotes. We're going to do input dot key down, and then let's do function. Okay, and then we'll do the bracket, curly brace. Okay, and then inside of there we're going to do input.css, and we'll do, in quotes, background color, and then let's do Dodger blue. Okay, and then we'll do a key up. So we're going to do kind of the same thing here. So we'll do $. Okay, and we'll do input dot key up function. Okay, and we'll do curly bracket, and then we'll do $input dot CSS background color, comma, and then green. Close that out, close this one, and this one, and we should be rocking and rolling. Let's try it out. So refresh, let's enter J, S, E, F. So you notice what happens. When I type it, it's green, and then when I hold it down, or key down, it's blue. That's what we want, right? When I let go, it's green. Okay? So, there you go. That's key down. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the key press event or method. And let's take a look at that. And so the key press event attaches and triggers the key press event. Okay? So the definition would be the key press method triggers the key press event or attaches function to run when a key press event occurs. The key press event is similar to the key down event. The event occurs when a button is pressed. However, the key press event is not fired for all keys. For example, Alt, Control, Shift, Escape, Command use the key down method to also check these keys. Okay, so it does not work on this method. Okay, the key press method. So let's go try this out now. So what we're going to do is we're going to comment out our HTML over here. Okay, and let's copy the key down event. Okay, and we'll paste it down here, make it 09, and we'll do key press event. Okay, we'll comment out this. Okay, and then I'm going to cut out this code here, and we'll just write out the jQuery first. So let's do I equals 0. Okay, and then we're going to do document dot ready, and we're going to do function, and we're going to do curly bracket. Okay, so now let's write out input. So we'll do $sign first, then inside here we'll do quotes input dot key press, and then let's do a function. Okay, and we'll do span dot text I plus equals 1. Okay. Now let's write out the HTML just so that's working as well, and then we can test this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to do enter your name. Input's going to be text, and then we'll do the paragraph tag, and we'll do key presses in caps. So we'll do key presses. Okay, and then we'll do a span tag. Okay, and inside of there, I'm just going to put 0. Okay, now if I go back to the browser, refresh. Okay, now let's see what's going on here. Let me see. Okay, okay, so it's not giving me weird syntax error. Let me just take a look at this and see. Let me comment this out, the style. So we have I equals document.ready function, input.keypress function, span.text, I is plus or equal to 1. And we close that. And then we close there. We did enter your name. And the input type is text. The span is 0. Key presses is 0. Let's take a look again and see. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. There you go. So that's the key press method, okay? So we have liftoff. Fantastic job. I'm going to leave it over here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the key up event, okay? So the key up method or event occurs when a keyboard key is released. So the key up method triggers the key up event or attaches a function to run when a key up event occurs. So when you release the key, that's a key up, okay, when the key is released. So let's check that out. So let's go ahead and let's copy this code here. And actually what I want you to do is copy this code, the 08, and we're going to paste that down here. Okay, and then we'll uncomment this. And we'll do 10. And we'll do key up instead of key down. I'll comment out key press event, okay? And we'll bring back so these two we're going to bring back. So we'll comment these out. And then we'll bring these back. So if I just highlight these. Okay, so enter your name. It will change background color on key down and key up. Okay. So we have key down, key up. Now we only covered the key down part. Okay. So let's just go ahead and look at this real quick. So when I type this in, the key down is here. The key up is when I release it. It's green. Okay. So that is key up. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the live event. So with this, let's go ahead and let's look at the definition first of the live method, okay, which is the live method was deprecated in jQuery version 1.7 and removed in version 1.9. Use the on method instead, okay? So we'll just do kind of a quick blurb about this. So the live method attaches one or more event handlers for selected events and specifies a function to run when the event occurs, okay? But like I said, it's been depreciated and is no longer in jQuery at all in the library. So we don't need to go any further than that, okay? So that's the live event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the load event. Okay, so let's talk about the definition of the load event. Okay, so the load event was also removed in version 3.0, but it attached an event handler to a load event, and the load method attaches an event handler to the load event. But again, it's no longer, it was depreciated in jQuery version 1.8 and removed in version 3.0. So that's as far as we need to go with that, unfortunately. So that's the load method. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the mouse down event. Okay, so let's take a look at that. And the mouse down event occurs when the left mouse button is pressed down over the selected element. The mouse down method triggers the mouse down event or attaches a function to run when a mouse down event occurs. So let's test this out. Okay, so I'm going to copy the key up event because we haven't been writing any code the last couple videos. So let's comment this out, and we'll do number 11, and we'll call this the mouse down event. Okay, delete all this, and we'll do the $ document dot ready, and we'll do function, and we'll do $, and we're going to create these elements in the HTML document. So we'll do div, and then we'll do .mouse up. And then we're going to do function. Okay, and we'll do bracket there, and then we'll do this dot after, and then we're going to do a paragraph tag in quotes. So we'll do the p tag here with the style equals, and we'll do color green. Okay, and then we're going to do outside of the double, or the single quote, I should say. We're going to close that. And then, let's see where the quote's at. Okay, the quotes are going to stay at the end. So we're going to do mouse button released. Okay, dot, and then we'll close that paragraph tag. Okay, and then close this right here and this one. And then below that, we're going to do a $, and we'll do div. Okay, dot mouse down function. And down here, we're going to do this dot after paragraph. It's going to be style equals. It's going to be the color. Let's do purple. Okay, we'll close that, and we'll leave it there. And then we're going to put a bracket outside of this, and then we'll do mouse button pressed down. Okay, then we'll close that just like we did above. We'll close the paragraph tag inside the quotes here, close it there, and then here we'll close it, and also here. Okay, and down here, or over here I should say, if I select that and turn that off, we'll return, and we'll do div, and we will do press down and release the mouse button over this div element. So press down and release. So let's refresh. There you go. So it will document what you're doing. So to say, mouse button press down. Let's refresh. I'll show you again. So press down. And of course, my Mac likes to try to search. But mouse button press down, right? When I let go, mouse button released. Okay, so there you go. That's the mouse down event. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the mouse enter event. Okay, so if I click on nothing, but just tell you the definition, the mouse enter event occurs when the mouse pointer is over, enters the selected element. The mouse enter method triggers the mouse enter event or attaches a function to run when a mouse enter event occurs. Okay, so unlike the mouse over event, which we haven't talked about yet, the mouse enter event only triggers when the mouse pointer enters the selected element. The mouse over event is triggered if a mouse pointer enters any child elements as well. Okay, so let's do an example of the mouse enter event. Okay, so we can keep the same code here. We're just going to copy this and then change out a few things to see the effects and how they're different. Okay, so we'll comment this out, and let's do, instead of the div tag, let's do a paragraph. Okay, and on this line, what we're going to do is just, instead of this, we're going to do quotes and the paragraph tag, and we'll do CSS. And then inside of here, we're going to do, we can delete all of this, okay? And we'll do background, color, comma, Dodger, blue, okay? And then here, we'll do the paragraph tag, dot mouse leave, and we'll do the paragraph tag, we'll do that CSS, and then inside of here, we're going to do background, color, okay, and then we'll do green, okay. Now let's go back to the browser, and before we do that, let's comment out line 46 here, and then we'll make a paragraph tag. Okay, move the mouse pointer over the paragraph. So refresh. So we got green. When I click on it, it's blue. Okay. See how I pass it? And then when I click, it turns blue. When I pass, it's green. Okay. So that is and that's going to be the mouse enter event, not the mouse down event. So let's change that. Mouse enter event, and we're going to make that number 12. Okay. All right, so that's the mouse enter event. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the mouse leave event. So if I talk about that, let me give you a definition of this. So it attaches and triggers the mouse leave event. Okay. So the mouse leave event occurs when the mouse pointer leaves the selected element. The mouse leave method triggers the mouse leave event or attaches a function to run a mouse leave event when it occurs. Okay, so an example of this would be what we did in the previous video, but we're going to change out nothing because we basically did a mouse leave, but I didn't highlight it because I wanted to talk about the mouse enter event. So let's copy this code exactly and then comment out number 12 and just relabel this to 13 and do the mouse leave event. Okay, go back to the browser, refresh, and you see when I mouse over, that's the mouse enter, and when I click, it's the mouse leave, so it turns blue. Now, what you would normally do for user experience is when you leave, the mouse up is, oh, I did mouse up. No, that's fine. When you do mouse leave, it would be green, okay? All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the mouse move method or event. Okay. The mouse move event occurs whenever the mouse pointer moves within the selected element. The mouse move method triggers the mouse move event or attaches a function to run when a mouse move event occurs. Okay. So with this one, it's going to be a little bit different, and we're going to measure the coordinates of where the mouse is. So what we'll do is this. So let's copy this. 13, we'll copy it and then go down here and make this number 14. And instead of mouse leave, we'll do mouse move. Okay, we'll comment this out. And let's delete all this. And then let's comment out all of our HTML and make fresh HTML here. Oops. Okay, and then what we're going to do is make a paragraph tag. Mouse is at coordinates, and then put a span tag in there. Okay, and put a period at the end. All right. Then we'll go back over to the jQuery here, and we will write out the following. Here we'll do document. Document dot ready, and let's do function. Okay, and then we're going to do the curly bracket, and then inside of there, let's do document dot mouse move, and then we'll do function and we'll do event. Okay, and then we're going to do curly bracket, and down here we're going to do the span, so I'll put that in quotes, dot text, and then we'll do event dot page x plus quotes, put a comma and then a space, and then plus event dot page y. Okay, and then we'll go here and here. Okay, so we got document. I'll just copy that, make sure we spelled it correctly. We did. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go back to the browser, refresh. And what it should do is when we're moving the mouse around, it should give us coordinates. But let's see what the syntax error is, if there's any. Okay, so document is not defined. Okay, so yeah, that's on me. We need to put this like that. Now we're good. Okay, refresh, and we're good to go. There you go. Syntax error on my part. So now we have the coordinates. As we move the mouse around, it'll just keep winding until we stop. Once we stop, then it'll give us that information. So 993 and 385. So it's doing the X and Y axis. Okay. Beautiful. There you go. So that is the mouse move event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the mouse out event. Okay, so with the mouse out event, it attaches and triggers the mouse out event, right? So the definition of this is the mouse out event occurs when the mouse pointer leaves the selected element. The mouse out method triggers the mouse out event or attaches a function to run with a mouse out when a mouse out event occurs. Okay, that's a real mouse tongue twister, you know. So what we're going to do is let's copy 14 here. And we'll do 15. And we're going to do mouse out event. And then we'll comment out line 14, or section 14, I should say. Comment out this paragraph tag. And then we're going to write, we're going to uncomment, move the mouse pointer over this paragraph, because we're going to use that HTML. And then what I want to do is I want to grab this section 13 code, right? And we don't need all of it. Let's just grab this right here. Okay, we'll paste it right over this. And then we'll uncomment it. So highlight it, and then uncomment. And we're going to do document ready, paragraph, mouse over. Okay. We'll keep the background color the same, and then we're going to do mouse out. Okay. So we have Dodger blue and green. Okay, so let's refresh. There you go. So that is mouse out. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So we're going to talk about the mouse over method. Okay, so the mouse over event occurs when the mouse pointer is over the selected element. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy line 15 here. Okay, and it's going to be the mouse over event. And what we're going to do is we're going to change, we'll leave everything the same. And then we'll comment this out and make this 16. Go to the browser, refresh, take a look. And now you have the mouse over, okay? So that's the mouse over event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the mouse up event. So if I look at that, the mouse up event occurs when the left mouse button is released over the selected element. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's grab the div code if I had any. Let me see if I have any in here. I do not. So we're going to write out some new code. So let's copy 16 here. I'll paste that down here, and we'll do 17. And we'll call this the mouse up event. Okay, and we'll clear this out. Okay, we'll comment out 16. And then down here, what we're going to do is we'll do document dot ready. We'll do function, and then we're going to do calling the div dot mouse up, and then we'll do function, and then we'll do this dot after. It's going to be paragraph tag style equals color purple. Okay. And then outside of that, we're going to do the right bracket there, and then mouse button released. Then close the paragraph tag. Okay, and then down here we'll close that one. And then right below this one, we're going to hit return. We'll do the $, and we'll do div. Okay, dot mouse over, mouse down. Function. And then inside of there, we're going to do the $, this dot after paragraph, and then we'll do style equals color green. Okay, and then outside of that, close that paragraph tag. Okay, and then we'll do mouse button pressed down. Okay, and then a period, and then we'll close the tag. Okay, then we'll close the function here. 2 more. Make sure everything is closed. Okay, and then instead of this, we're going to do press down and release. So let's do this. Let's comment this out, and we'll just make a new paragraph tag. Or no, we're going to do the div. So here, I'll just do this one. We'll uncomment it. Go back to the browser, refresh. Press down. There you go. And this was a similar exercise we did before, but we were doing the, instead of the mouse up, we were doing a different event. So we were doing mouse down or press down. Mouse button press down, released. Okay? So that is the mouse up event. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about the off event. Okay, so the off event removes event handlers attached with the on method. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the more in-depth definition of this. The off method is the most often used to remove event handlers attached with the on method. Okay. As of jQuery version 1.7, the off method is the new replacement for the unbind, die, and undelegate methods. This method brings a lot of consistency to the API, and we recommend that you use this method. And so do I, because it's a lot of fun. All right, so let's go ahead and let's copy 17 here. Okay, we'll make this 18, and we'll do the, we're going to do off event. Okay, so let's comment out all this code here. And then the off event, let's comment out all the HTML over here. Okay, and then we're going to comment out all this. Actually delete it, not comment it out. And we're going to write out some fresh code. So we'll do document dot on, okay, click, comma function, okay, and then we're going to do the paragraph tag, which we're going to create, and then dot on, and this is going to be dot ready, okay, and then dot on down here will be click function, click comma function. So up here, we're just going to do function. Okay. Okay, so it'll be like this. Okay, there you go. And then curly bracket here. Okay, so we'll close this first, and then curly bracket. And then inside of there, we're going to do $this. .css, background, and before we do background, we need to put it in quotes. So let's do background color, and let's do pink, just for fun. Try something a little more wild than usual. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll comment this one out, or actually end it. And then down here, we're going to do the $, and then we're going to call on the button element, .click, and we're going to do function, okay, and then a curly bracket, and we'll do the $paragraph dot off, click, okay, and we'll close that, close this one, and this one, and then we're going to write out some fresh HTML over here. And so let's do a paragraph. Click here to change background color. Okay, and then here we're going to do click the button to remove event. Okay, and then let's make a button. So we'll do inside of here, we're going to do remove the click event handler. Okay, so if I go to the browser, refresh, click on that, click the button to remove. Let me check the syntax here real quick. Let's see. It should. Okay. So when I click here, it should change the background color. Let me take a look and see. Interesting. All right. So when you click on the button below and then click on this paragraph, the click event is removed. So the button will not work. Okay. So we've actually done this correctly. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the on method or event. So the on method attaches one or more event handlers for selected elements in the child element. As jQuery version 1.7, the on method is the new replacement for the bind, live, and delegate methods. This method brings a lot of consistency to the API, and I recommend that we use this method, okay, over the other ones. So let's go ahead and let's write out an example here. So over here, let's comment this out, and we're going to do the following. We're going to do a paragraph tag, click this paragraph, okay, and then over here, we're going to highlight this, paste it down here, and we'll do the on event, okay. We'll comment out 18 here. And what we'll do is comment that out. Whoops. Let's just comment it out instead of deleting it. Get it together, Josh. Okay, here we go. And then we'll do document. And then dot ready function. Okay, and we'll do without the star. Then the curly brackets there, and then we're going to do the paragraph tag like so, and then we'll do dot on, click, okay, and then we'll do comma function, okay, and we will do alert, the paragraph was clicked, okay, and we should be golden. So let's go back to the browser, refresh, okay, and when I click this, the paragraph was clicked. So there you go, that's the on event. So thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the unload event. So the unload event was removed in version 3. It attaches an event handler to the unload event. So we're not going to go any further than that. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome to section 7 where we're going to cover jQuery effects. So in this video, we're going to go over an overview of the effects that we're going to be talking about in this section. So we're going to cover the following: animate, clear queue, delay, dequeue, fade in, fade out, fade to, fade toggle, finish, hide, queue, show, slide down, slide toggle, slide up, stop, and toggle. And let me tell you, this is going to be a lot of fun, so get excited, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the animate effect. Okay, but before we dive into this, what I first want to do is I want to set up the effects files here. So let's double click on the HTML file and then also the JS file. And what we're going to do is go to the HTML file for me, right click and open in the browser. And what I want to do is I want to inspect this with the element selector, or inspector I should say. And then I want to make sure that it says hello effects.js so that I know that the file is connected, okay? Now, once we have that completed, which we've already done, then we can go back to Atom here. We can minimize the sidebar here with this little arrow right here. And then let's go up to view and do pans and split to the right. So we can have the JS on the right and the HTML on the left. And go ahead and do one more thing for me. Delete the console.log so we don't have that there. And then let's comment this out, and we're going to do 0, 1, animate. Okay? And this is going to be effects. So let's do animate effects. Okay, so that's going to kind of set the precedent for how we comment out the code for this section. All right, so what I want to do is let's talk about what the animate effect method is. So it runs a custom animation on selected elements. Okay, and I'll tell you kind of a funny story, kind of a backdrop to this. I went to school for video and motion graphics, so talking about animation is really what I'm all about. So this is a really fun and exciting thing for me. So if I drag out, I apologize in advance, but I really like to talk about animation. So the definition and usage of the animate method is it performs a custom animation of a set of CSS properties. The method changes an element from one state to another with CSS styles. The CSS property values change gradually to create an animated effect. So really what you're doing is you're collaborating with CSS and JavaScript, which this is a JavaScript library, and you're blending them together with HTML to create really cool effects so that you can animate different things. So what we're going to do is we're going to animate an element by changing its height. Okay, and this will be really cool and fun to do because again, animation is a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and let's write out the JavaScript first, and then the jQuery. Let's write out the jQuery first, and then what we'll do is we'll write out the HTML like we've been doing in the previous sections. So let's do document, and let's do .ready, and we're going to do function. If I can spell, bear with me here. I'm a video guy, not a speller. And then what I want to do is I want to do a $, and we're going to call on a button, which we haven't made yet, but we're going to give it an ID of BTN. Okay, so let's do hashtag BTN, and we're going to do .click, and actually, let's do BTN1. So that way we can differentiate the two buttons. So we'll do .click, and then we can do function, and then let's close that and add a curly brace here, because we love functions and jQuery, right? And let's do a $, and let's do quotes. We'll do single quotes. Actually, no, let's do double quotes. And let's do hashtag, which is an ID, a box, and we're going to animate this. So we'll do .animate, and let's give it a height of, let's say, 300 pixels. Okay, but let's put that in quotes. Otherwise, it will not work. So the way that I normally write out CSS is a little different than this. So I apologize for the syntax errors if I mess that up. And then we're going to do a $, and let's do BTN. So hashtag or ID BTN2. Okay, and then we'll do .click. And then we're going to do function. Okay, and we'll close this out. And then we'll do another function here. And let's do $, and let's do the same ID. So we're going to call on the box. Okay, and then we're going to animate this. So essentially what we're doing is we're creating a keyframe. So an animation, what you do in an animation program, not in programming, but if you're using, for example, Adobe Animate, you would set up a keyframe, and then you would run that. You would do one set, and then do that, and then do another, okay? So what I'm going to type out is height, and we'll do 100 pixels, okay? And as I say animate, I actually learned on Flash, which is kind of a old school way of animation. But the principles are the same, because keyframes are still used today. In After Effects and Animate and any programs you use, keyframes are really the key to animation, okay? So if I go over to the body now, and let's type out a button, okay? And we're going to give this an ID of button 1, okay? So let's do BTN1. And then let's give it text of animate height, okay? And then after that, let's make another button, and let's give this one an ID of button 2. So we'll do BTN2, okay? And with this, let's give this a reset height. Okay, and then we're going to make the div. So you'll notice when we wrote out the JavaScript, we did button 1, which is the first one. Then we did btn2, which is button 2. And then we called on what? We called on the ID of box, which we don't have an element yet. So if we ran this right now, it wouldn't work. But what we're going to do is we're going to give it a div with an ID instead of a class, because Adam likes to, by default, it autofills to a class, which is fine. But we can change this to box, and then we're going to give it some style. So let's give it a style verbiage there, and then do background, and let's do Dodger blue. Okay, I love blue. Blue is one of my favorite colors. And then we'll do height, and we're going to do 100 pixels, and then we're going to do width, 100 pixels, and then margin, 6 pixels. And then once that's done, let's go ahead and test this and see if it cooperates with us. Let's refresh. We got the box. Let's click on animate height. Beautiful. And then let's reset. And there you go. So that's how you use the animate method. Okay. And again, this is a lot of fun for me because this is my bread and butter, but it's just a different way of doing it. Instead of running it through a program, I'm typing out everything. And I love that even more because it's more fun to understand how everything works and building it from scratch instead of using a program. That's why jQuery is so fun, because you can mess with effects, you can do all sorts of fun things. So I thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to clear the queue or the clear queue method. Okay, so the clear queue method removes all remaining queued functions from the selected element. So basically, it's a way to stop or remove, I should say, not stop, remove all remaining queue functions. So if there's a function running, if you run this, you say, wait a minute, stop the remaining functions, don't run these, okay? So the clear queue method removes all items from the queue that have not yet been run. Note that when a function has started to run, it runs until it's completed, okay? So the queue shows the queued functions. DQ removes the next function from the queue and then executes the function. Okay, but those are related methods. So those are methods that we're going to talk about in the upcoming videos. We're going to talk about DQ, and I'm not covering Q, but I'm going to talk about DQ. Okay, so this will cover most of that. So let's do an example of this. We're going to stop the remaining function in the queue. Okay, so what we can do is let's copy this animate effect, and let's change this from effects to effect, and then let's copy it. Okay, and then let's paste it down here. Okay, and we'll comment this out. Okay, and we'll do 0, 2, and let's do clear queue effect. Okay, let's delete all this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to write out the following. We'll do document.ready function, okay, and we'll do we're going to call on the ID of start. So we're going to start and stop an animation. Okay, so start.click, and then we'll do function, and we'll do a couple divs here. So we're going to call on a div. Okay, we'll do div.animate, and then we'll do height. Okay, and then we'll do 1500. Okay, and then we'll do $sign and another div, right? And then we'll do .animate. And note too that we have to add the HTML over on the left. So we're just doing one part at a time here, just like we did in the previous video. So we'll do width, okay, and we'll do 300, and then we'll do 1500. And then we're going to do div.animate, and we'll do height 100, and then we're going to do 1500 milliseconds. Okay, so that's the time. So if you do more than that, it's equivalent to 1.5 seconds. Okay, so if you did 3000 milliseconds, it would be 3 seconds. Okay, and then the last one we're going to do is div.animate. Okay, and we're going to do width. Okay, we're going to do 100, and we're going to do 1500. And then here, and then below that, we're going to stop. So we're going to do $. We're going to call on the ID of stop, and then .click function. Okay, and then we'll do curly brackets here, and we'll do $div dot clear queue. Okay, and let's run that, and then let's comment this out. Let's end the functions here, close the functions basically, and then let's do the HTML. So we'll copy this because we want to use buttons. Okay, so we're going to copy that, but make sure you grab all of the HTML tags. So copy that, and then let's comment this out. Okay, and then right below that, about line 20 here, I'm going to paste that in. And what we'll do is we'll give it an ID of start and stop. Okay, and then we'll just call this start and stop. Okay, so start, stop, and then we'll call on the div with no ID, so we'll get rid of this. Okay, we'll give it a background color of Dodger blue, a height of 100, and a width of 100. Okay, with no margin. We'll get rid of the margin. Okay, now what that's going to do is when I go down here, I just want to bring it there. That way it's showing up the way it needs to. We'll go back to the browser, refresh, and let's click on start. Okay, and then stop. Now, something's not working, which is fine, okay, because it should be going down and then over, but it's not working. Okay, so that's fine. We're going to debug and figure out what the issue is. Okay, so the syntax error, private fields are not currently supported. Okay, so line 14 on the JS, something was not entered incorrectly on my part. Okay, so start and stop are the IDs, right? Okay, so we called on start, the ID of start. So we're going to do .ready function, start, .click function, and then all these divs here. We're going to stop, and then the div and clear queue. Okay, so the div, let's go ahead and let's refresh this. Okay, so private fields are not currently supported. Let's click on that syntax, and it's the start.click function that's causing the problem. Okay, so let's go back here and let's try to tweak that and see if we can get it to work. Okay, so let's just rewrite this line here as I'm calling on Siri, who I don't need. Apologize for that. So let's do a $, and let's do quotes, and then we'll do hashtag start. Okay, and then we'll do .click function. Okay, and then I'll do a curly bracket, and I'll delete these two because we already have that. And then let's go back and refresh. Okay, now let's see if it works. There we go. So there was a syntax error on my part, which is fine. That's a normal thing with JavaScript and jQuery. I've been known to have a lot of syntax errors with JavaScript specifically, and I used to pull my hair out. But then I, relaxed and just debugged it, and then it was fine. And I also shaved my head, so that took care of pulling my hair out. So if you click on start, it goes down, and then it goes over, and you can stop the animation. Well, let's see if that works. Let's see. You should be able to. Let's start it here. Let's refresh. I'll start it again. And let's see if there's a syntax error here. Let me just see. No, so it should be doing both, but let me just see why it wouldn't be. Of course, it's clearing the queue. That's why it's not working. And remember, the clear queue method removes all items from the queue that have not been run. Okay. So for this example, that's fine. We'll talk more about this in later videos when we cover the DQ. Okay. We'll take a deeper dive into it. All right. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the delay effect. So delay sets a delay for all queued functions on a selected element. Okay. So for this, what we're going to do is the delay method sets a timer to delay the execution of the next item in the queue. So you can essentially, and what we're going to be building here is we're going to build an example that sets different speed values for the delay method. Okay. So this is a lot of fun. It's a lot of code, but it's a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and let's copy this. Okay. And then let's comment it out, but without commenting out the comment. Okay. And then just go right below this, paste that in, and we'll do 3. And let's do delay effect. So we know what it is. And then we can delete all of this because it's going to be custom code, which is fine. And then over here, what we're going to do is we'll comment out all the HTML here, or try to. I'll tell you I'll do it and then I won't do it. Just messing with you. Okay, so let's type out the HTML first. So we'll do this example sets different speed values. Okay, and then we'll do a button, and we're going to do, for the actual button name, it's going to be click to fade in boxes with delay. Okay, and then we're going to add a couple breaks here. So we want to add 2 breaks, and I like to kind of put them neatly. And then we're going to add a bunch of divs. So we'll do div, and instead of class, we're going to do an ID. Give it div 1, and then we're going to do style equals, and we'll do width 90 pixels, height 90 pixels, display none, background color black. Okay, and then we'll add a break. So what I want to do too is I want to put these I want to stack them so that they're not on multiple lines, so it's confusing, you know what I mean? And then below here, we'll add 2 breaks, or 1 break actually. So we're going to do it like this, and let's label this div 1, okay? And then we're just going to copy this, and we're going to add, let's add a total of 5, so 4 more. Okay, so we'll do, let's copy both of this. So let's do the div and the break, and then copy it right here, paste it, paste it, paste it, and paste it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to change this to 2, and then let's change the background color from black to red, and then this will be div 3, and we'll do blue, and then this div will be div 4, and this will be green, okay, and then this will be div 5, and let's make it pink, okay? Actually, let's make it purple. All right, so now what we're going to do is we'll do the jQuery. And it's pretty straightforward. It's not going to be too much. And that's why people use jQuery, because it's a lot simpler to write out effects and whatnot. So we'll do document, okay, and we'll do .ready function, okay, and we'll do curly bracket, and we'll do $ and button .click function, curly brace, and then let's do $div1 dot delay, and it'll be slow. And then we'll do dot fade out, or fade in actually. Okay. Then let's copy this line. Okay, and then we'll return. And then it's going to be div2 dot delay fast fade in. Okay, and then we'll do div3 dot delay. Instead of slow, it's going to be 800. Okay. Dot fade in, and then we'll do, so let's copy this one because the next two are going to be similar to this. Then we'll do div4, and we'll do 2000 instead of 800. Okay. And then this one will be div5. Okay. So we'll do 4000. Okay. Dot fade in, and then we'll go up, and we'll comment these down. We'll actually close them. And then let's run this and see how it looks. Okay, so let's go back to the browser. Let's close out the element inspector here. We'll refresh. Let's click to fade in the boxes with delay. And there's a syntax error. Imagine that. JavaScript will be fighting with me. Okay, so let me check the syntax here and see what we did. Okay. So we got all this. So we got document.ready, button.click. Okay. We got div1, div2, div3, div4, div5. They're all fade in. That all looks good. Interesting. I cannot exactly explain why this is not cooperating with us. Let me refresh here and see what's going on. Okay, so something is not being selected here. So let's do it like this then. Let's just write out button. Okay, and then let's do click here. Okay, well, let's refresh. Okay. Okay, what's interesting to me is I don't understand why the styling doesn't work, because we should see squares showing up. Once I click this, it should enable that, and I don't know why it's not doing that. And we did button.click, right? Yep, button.click. So I'll tell you what we'll do then, because sometimes this is kind of a trick. You got to trick JavaScript and jQuery. We'll rewrite the code. So let's do document.ready function, and then we'll do $, and let's do button.click, and then we'll do function, and let's do a bracket there, and then we'll do $, in quotes, hashtag div1 dot delay, and we'll do slow, and we'll do dot fade in. Okay, and then we'll do $, hashtag div2 dot delay. Okay, and then we'll do fast dot fade in. Okay, and then we'll do $, div3 dot delay. And instead of quotes, we're going to do 800. Okay, and then we'll do dot fade in, and then we'll do div4 dot delay, and it's going to be 2000 dot fade in. Now you're asking, Josh, why are we redoing this? I'll tell you why in a second. So if we do ID div 5, okay, dot delay, then we do 4000 dot fade in, okay. Then we go down here and we close out the functions here. Make sure everything's cooperating. Then we refresh, click, and there you go. Now it cooperates. So the reason for rewriting it is sometimes what happens is when I'm rewriting code and I copy and paste, that's when I run into problems. But when I write out everything without copy and pasting, I don't have any issue. So that's why I wanted to show you that you can copy and paste, but then it creates issues where you have to go back and fix everything. So it's better just to write it out as a rule, okay? On some things you can copy and paste, like with the divs, that was fine. But with other things, with JavaScript, specifically JavaScript and jQuery, the syntax is very direct and very to the point. You have to write it line for line, word for word. Otherwise, it goes crazy, throwing errors. So that's just part of working with jQuery and working with me. Sometimes I have errors, and it's normal. So it's nothing to be worried about, but just to be aware of is all. Okay? So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the dequeue. Okay? And the dequeue is similar to what we were talking about before when we talked about clear the queue. The dequeue removes the next function from the queue, then executes the function. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's run this, and let's talk about the definition and usage. The dequeue method removes the next function from the queue, then executes the function. A queue is one or more functions waiting to run. The dequeue method is used together with the queue method. An element can have several queues. More often, it has only one, the fx queue, which is the default jQuery queue. Okay. Note, you should ensure that the dequeue method is called after adding a function with queue to allow the process to continue. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's write one out here. And what we're going to do is we're going to write out a queue method that allows you to create a queue of functions to be executed on a selected element. The dequeue method executes them in order. Okay. So we're going to write out a bunch of JavaScript and a bunch of HTML. So let's do that. All right. So let's comment all this out. And then let's go down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a paragraph tag first. Okay. So we'll do the queue method. Okay. And then let's do another paragraph and we'll do the dequeue method. Okay. And then from there, we'll do, and inside of here, let's see, oh, okay, we want a paragraph tag and then a button inside. So let's just do a button, give it an ID of start, and then let's close the button, start animation. Okay, then we'll close that with the button. Okay, then below that, we're going to do a div, and we'll give it a style. So we'll do an inline styling of background blue, height 100 pixels, width 100 pixels. Okay, so now we have all the HTML written out. Now let's do the jQuery. So let's go over here, and we're going to copy the delay effect. Okay, and let's paste it down here, and we'll just do comment out 03 here, and let's do 04, and let's do dequeue. So dequeue effect, and we'll just delete this code and rewrite from scratch. So let's do $, and let's do document.ready function. And then we're going to do curly brace, and we're going to do $, and we're going to do hashtag, which is the ID. So start, and then we're going to do .click, and we'll do function, and then we'll do curly brace outside of there, and let's do var div equals, $div. Okay, and then we'll close that. And then below that, we're going to do div.animate. And we'll do height 300. Okay. And then outside of the curly bracket, we're going to do slow. And then close that. And then below it, we're going to do div.animate. And we'll do width 300. Slow. And then below that, we'll do div.q. And we'll do function. And then we'll do div.css, in quotes, background color. And let's do comma, and then give it the color red. Close that, and then div.dequeue. Okay. Close that, and then below that, we're going to do div.animate, and we'll do height of 100, and then we're going to do slow, and then we'll do div.animate width 100, and then slow. Okay. So now when we go back to the browser and refresh, I start the animation. Beautiful. And there you go. So the queue method allows you to create a queue of functions to be executed on selected elements. The dequeue method executes them in order. Okay. So the dequeue method is running them from top to bottom. Okay. So that's the dequeue method. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the fade in effect method. Let's take a look at that. So it fades into a selected element. Okay. So that's the definition. Let's look at a deeper definition or usage. The fade in method gradually changes the opacity for selected elements from hidden to visible. Fading effect. Okay. So if we go and we write out an effect like this, okay, we can do a fade in and a fade out, okay? So let's go ahead and let's copy this, the dequeue effect, and paste it below here and then comment this out. And then we're also going to comment out the code over here, okay? So let's just do a paragraph tag. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to fade the paragraph tag in and out. So paragraph. Okay, we'll just say paragraph. Let's make two buttons. So we'll do button, and then we'll do class, and we're going to do button 1, so btn1, and then we'll do fade in or fade out first, and then we can do button 2. And we'll give it a class of class 2, so class btn2, okay, and then we'll do fade in. All right, and then what we're going to do is let's write out the jQuery here. So we'll do $, of course, and then document dot ready, and then function, and then curly brackets, and let's do $, class btn1 dot click function. Okay, and then we're going to do $, paragraph dot fade out, and let's do that in all caps. Okay, and then $, and we do what? Dot btn2, okay, dot click, and we're going to do function, and then we'll do curly brackets, and we'll do $, paragraph dot fade in. Okay. Okay, so let's try that out. Let's refresh, let's fade out, and then let's fade in. Okay, so that's how you do the fade in and fade out effects. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to briefly talk about the fade out method. What I'm going to do is let's go ahead and let's change this because I didn't change the verbiage here from the previous video. Let's change this to fade in, fade out actually, sorry. Fade out effect, and then let's copy this and let's make the next one fade out, actually fade in. No, I'm wrong. I'm on drugs. Make 05 fade in, and then 06 will be fade out. Okay? I'll get this correct one way or another. I'll figure it out. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to comment out 05. Okay? 06 we're going to keep the same. And everything on the left is going to be the same. And we're just going to talk about the fade out. Okay? So in the previous video we talked about fade in and fade out. So fade in is just when the element fades in. Okay? But you need to fade out first in order for it to fade in. Okay? So it's a lot like what I was talking about earlier with my video and motion graphics background. When you fade into a scene, for an example of video, you're going to fade in first, and then to leave the scene, you're going to fade out. However, with web, it's a little different. You're going to fade out first because the element is, you want it to appear, right? For this example, that's what we're doing. So we're going to fade in and fade out. Okay? So with web, you have both options. With video, it's just, this is what it is. Like whatever I'm showing you is what it is. With web, you have the ability to interact with it and say, well, I want to fade in, or I want to fade out first, then let me fade in. Okay? So that's the cool thing about doing it this way. All right, so that's the fade out effect. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about fade 2. So fade 2 fades in and out the selected elements to give opacity. Okay, now opacity is one of my favorite things to talk about because when you're doing videos, you can use opacity for lower thirds. You can do opacity for images of any sort, whether it's video or just a graphic that you're using. And opacity, what it does is it gives you the density of the image. So for example, if you did a black opacity of 50%, you're going to get 50% of what black would look like. So it would look more like a gray, like a lighter gray. But if you do 75%, it's going to lean more towards black and a dark gray. Okay, so that's how I define opacity. The fade 2 method gradually changes the opacity for selected elements to a specified opacity. It's a fading effect. Okay, and it's commonly used, and it gradually fades. Okay, so like the example that we did before. So let's go to the browser real quick and look at what we did. When we fade out, it did kind of a quick fade out because of the timing that we used. Okay, with the fade 2, you can set it to gradually change the opacity. Okay, so it'll gradually do it instead of kind of a jump cut. They call that in film a jump cut, or in video editing, whatever you want, video production. They call it a jump cut. So if I do a fade out and it's fast, that's considered like a jump because it's a split second. Okay, what you want to do is you want to gradually fade to the element so that you're not like, you know, people aren't seeing like dots because they're blinking from the effect going so fast. That's why when you watch movies and stuff and when they transition from one scene to another, they usually fade to black and then fade in from black so that you get kind of that transition, okay, and the opacity. And they'll do it different ways. There's different ways to transition from one scene to another and also from one element to another. So they really work together. And like I said, animation is a multimedia thing. It's not just video or web, it's both, okay? And that's the beautiful thing about it, you know? And it's really exciting because, like I said, when I was learning video, I was not even thinking about web, and this was 20 years ago. So now it's come full circle even for me. It's like, dude, you can do animation on the web and you can do it in video, you know? So it's a lot of fun for me. And like I said, I'm blabbering and I warned you I would, so here we go. But I really enjoy talking about it. So let's copy the fade out effect here. I'm going to comment this out. And let's do 0.7. And what we'll do is we'll call this the fade to effect. Okay. And then let's write out the jQuery first. So we'll do document, and we'll do .ready, and we'll do function. And then let's do the curly bracket, and let's do the button. So we're going to call it a button. And let's do .click, .click, function. And then let's do the what? We're going to call it a paragraph. So let's do paragraph. Bear with me, I'm having issues with my keyboard. It's got a mind of its own. It's a smart keyboard. I'm just kidding. Fade to, and then we'll do 1,000, and then we'll do 0.4. Okay. And then let's close this and close that. And then let's go over to the HTML and let's comment out all of this. And what are we going to write for the elements, you ask? Well, we're going to write a button, and then we're going to write a paragraph tag. So click me is perfect. And then we want to, what do we want to change opacity to? We want to change the opacity of the paragraph tag. So change my opacity. Okay, so let's go back to the browser, refresh, and when I click on this, it changes the opacity. So it doesn't, what it's doing is it's gradually changing the opacity of the paragraph element, and it stops, okay, because we set the time for 0.5. Now, if I did 1 second instead of 0.4, right? So let's do 1.4. Go back and refresh, and then click me. Okay, let's keep it on 0.4. I changed the wrong effect. Let's do 2,000 instead of 1. Okay, and let's refresh. Let's click me, and it just made it longer. Okay, so again, 2,000 is 2 seconds. Okay, 1,000 would be 1 second because it's milliseconds. So what you're doing is you're adding zeros to it because it's milliseconds instead of seconds. Okay, so that's the fade to effect. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the fade toggle method. So let's look at that. It toggles between the fade in and fade out methods. Okay, so we can toggle between them. And like I said, it's very important to understand that. And the fade toggle method toggles between the fade in and fade out methods. If the elements are faded out, fade toggle will fade them in. If the elements are faded in, the fade toggle will fade them out. Okay, so it gives you the ability to turn it so you can fade in, fade out. Okay, and it's kind of a cool thing because it's kind of like a Boolean effect. Where it's an on-off switch, basically. So you can turn it on or turn it off, okay? Fade in, fade out, okay? And you can do it on demand. So let's copy this, and then let's comment out the code here. And what we'll do is, let me comment that out, and then let's go down here and call this 0.8. And let's do fade toggle. Okay, and then what I'll do is let's delete the code here and let's write from scratch. So let's do document, okay, and let's do .ready, and let's do function, and let's do curly brackets, and we'll do button. So we're going to create a button, .click, function, and let's do curly brackets. Come on, man, what are you doing? There we go. And then $, and we're going to call it an ID of div1. Okay, .click, .fade to, .fade toggle, not fade to. I'm saying too many things. I'm doing fade to too often, you know. Fade out, okay, fade out. Fade, or div2, sorry. Fade toggle again. And then we'll close that. And then we're going to do, and we want to add slow to one of the, so put it in quotes slow, okay? And then div 3, we'll do $div 3. And we're going to call on the ID of div 3. Dot fade toggle. And then we're going to do 3000. Okay, so we'll close that. And then up here, okay, now over here, let's just comment out this HTML, and then we'll write some fresh HTML below it. So it'll work for this example. So let's do the button first, and let's just write it out. Adam likes to add a bunch of stuff that we don't need, and for this example, we don't need all that. So let's just do click to fade in and fade out. Okay, and then we'll do a break tag. I'll do 2 of them. So we'll do break and then break. And what I'm going to do is we will do a div. So let's write this out too, because again, let's do div 1, and then we're going to give it style. So equals, we'll do width 80 pixels. Okay, I want to do background color red. Okay, and then we'll close that with a div. So we'll close the div. I like to keep my code tight so it's easy to read and easy to find. And we'll just paste in 2 more times here. So we'll do div 2 and div 3. And then let's change it to green. And of course we're going to do RGB because I live in RGB, which is red, green, and blue. And it's kind of a joke. If you're a video guru or a web person or a graphic designer, you use RGB unless you're doing print. Anything digital is RGB, is all I'm going to say. I'll leave it at that. Otherwise, I'll be rambling about RGB all day. So now we got everything ready to go. So let's go ahead and let's test this out. I'll refresh. I'll click to fade in and out. And something's not working. Let's see what's going on here. So we'll go to the console. Let's just see. All right. So let me go back here. So I have document. I called on the button. I called on div. Okay, so remember the hack here. If for some reason the JavaScript or the jQuery is not cooperating, what do? You just rewrite. So we'll do document dot ready function, okay, curly bracket, and you tell the computer it's going to work, and it will. You say, listen to me, cooperate, let's work so that I can show these folks how this works. Okay, so then we'll do $, and we'll do hashtag in quotes, hashtag div1, which is the class, dot fade toggle. Okay, then we'll close that. And then the second one is going to be hashtag ID div2 dot fade toggle. And then we'll do what? The final one, which is going to be $, quotes, hashtag for class or div, or ID, I should say. Class or div, no, it's neither one. It's the ID of div 3, okay, dot fade toggle, and we're going to do 3000. Okay. So let's go back, let's refresh. Okay. So, interestingly enough, it still doesn't work, which is fine. I'm not really sure why that's not working. Let me think about this. So we have the button, we have the break, I have div 1, div 2, and then div 3, right? Oh, I know why. So we're going to do, in quotes, we'll do slow here, okay? Fade toggle is correct on this one, right? Fade toggle slow is correct here, and then fade toggle 3000 is here. So they should, if I refresh, Really? Okay, give me 1 second here. All right, so I figured out what's going on. So it's not the jQuery, that's the problem. The HTML is not correct. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back. Let's keep the button the way it is, and let's rewrite out the divs. Okay, so we're gonna do div. So we'll do div. It's gonna give you a class, but let's change it to ID. And then let's do this. Let's bring these up. I'm gonna give it ID of div1, and then we'll give it style. So style, it's going to be width 80 pixels, height 80 pixels, background color red. Okay, and that should be correct. Then we'll copy this, paste it. We'll do div2. And we'll change this to blue, or let's do green. And then the last one will be ID3, blue. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. Let's go back to the browser and refresh. And there you go. So again, it was an issue with the HTML, which is fine. So the reason I paused it is I wanted to see what was going on, and I didn't want to have you sitting there with me like, what is he doing? You know? So I paused the video. I took a minute to look over everything and test a couple things, and I figured out what was going on. So then we were able to fix it, and now we are running and ready to go. All right? So that is the fade toggle effect. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the finish method. So the finish method stops the current running animations, removes all queued animations, and completes all animations for selected items. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at that. So it's going to be similar to what we did with this one, but we're going to be able to start the animation and finish the current animation. So let's comment out all the HTML, and we'll write out the HTML first. So let's do a paragraph tag. And inside of there, let's create a couple buttons here, and we'll give it a little space, and I'll do button, and we'll give it an ID of start. And then we'll do start. And then this one will be button ID, and we'll do complete. Type out complete. And then what I want you to do is we're going to create a div outside of the paragraph tag. Okay, so we'll go down here and we'll do div style background green, and then height 100 pixels. Let's do height 100 pixels, and then width 100 pixels. And then, then I got to close the div. Always close your tags, otherwise nothing will work. Okay, now let's go back to the browser, refresh, just make sure that we got that in there. Beautiful. So start, complete. Okay, and then what we can do is over here, let's grab all this code here, copy it, paste it down here, and then comment this out. And we'll do 09, and we'll do finish. Finished effect, and we'll just do this, and we'll do, we can reuse this code, we'll try, and then if it doesn't work, we'll just wipe it out and redo it. In fact, let's wipe it out so it works. All right, so $, and we're going to do document. We'll do .ready, and we're going to do function, curly brace. We'll do $, and we're going to call on the ID of start in quotes. Okay, and then we'll do dot click function, and then we'll do what? We're going to call on div, right? Because we didn't give the div an ID or class, so we're just going to call on div dot animate, and we want to animate the height. So we'll do 300, and then 3000 milliseconds, so 3 seconds. And then we'll do div.animate, and we're going to do width. So we'll do width 300, and then outside of that, comma 3000. Okay. And we'll do $, complete, so the ID is complete, .click, function, and then we will do $div, .finish, and then we're going to do what? We'll close these out and test it. So let's refresh, click start, complete. So we can, if I refresh, I can start it, and it will go all the way over, or I can just say, well, let's go to the end. Okay, so start it, be like, let's just complete it. Okay. So you can do complete or finish, whatever you want. But that is the finish effect. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the hide effect. So the hide effect hides the selected elements. Okay, so with this, we should be able to utilize the code that we were using before. We can use the same exact stuff that we have here. In fact, we can use everything the same and just change the effect so that you see what it looks like. So let's comment out 09. Okay. Okay, I don't want to do that. And then let's do number 10 here, and we'll call this the hide effect. And let's just change this to, instead of finish, let's hide it. Okay. And then let's go to the browser, refresh. There you go. So if I just change the, verbiage here, so this is going to show it, this is going to hide it. Okay. Now we can add to this, and instead of doing an animation, or just leave it there, we can add this right here and do, instead of complete, do start, and do, instead of hide, show. Okay, and then if I go back here and we refresh, there you go. So complete is hide, start is show. And we can just change the wording, show, hide. Okay. And the reason for doing that is that way you can just see how it works without having to, rewrite everything out. Okay. So that's the hide effect. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about Q. So Q we talked about at the beginning of this section. We talked about clear Q and dequeue. Okay, so Q shows the queued functions on the selected elements. Now we've already covered this, so I'm not really going to write out any code here, but we're just going to review what we talked about real quick. I'll give you a definition and then we'll move on to the next video. So the queue method shows the queue of functions to be executed on the selected elements. A queue is one or more functions waiting to run. The queue method can be used together with the dequeue method. An element can have several queues. Most often it is only one, the fx queue, which is the default jQuery queue. All right, so with that, that's the queue method. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the show method. So the show method shows the hidden selected elements. Okay, so we actually did this in the finish effect video, where I showed you how to, the hide effect video. I showed you how to show and hide different elements. So we don't need to write out any code, but I'll explain to you what the definition is and what we were doing. So the show method shows the hidden selected elements. Okay, show works on elements hidden with jQuery methods and display none in CSS, but not visibly hidden. Okay, to hide elements, look at the hide method, which is what we did. Okay, so that is the show method. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the slide down method. So let's write out number 11 and let's do slide down effect. We'll just do effect. I'm counting this as effects. So the slide down method slides down shows the selected elements. Slide down works on elements hidden with the jQuery methods and display none in CSS, but not visibly hidden. To slide up, hide elements, look at the slide up method, which we're going to talk about in the upcoming videos. So the slide down method is commonly used for the hamburger menu on mobile devices. That's an example that you could do. Now, we're not going to do that. We're going to create a button that will slide up and slide down. So let's do that. So what we're going to do is let's comment out all our HTML here. And I'm going to write out the HTML first, and then we will do the other code. So instead of a paragraph, I don't know why I was writing paragraph, I want to do a button and give it a class of btn1. Close that. And then we'll do, we're going to do slide up. Okay, and then I'll copy this. We'll return, and then we'll slide down. Okay, and let's write out the fun part now. So I'll return a couple times so we can see what we're doing here. Okay, and so let's do document dot ready function, and then we'll do curly brackets without me highlighting everything. And we'll call on the, let's do the $, and let's do class btn1 dot click function, and then we're going to do curly brackets again, and we'll do $, call on the paragraph element dot slide up. Okay, and then let's do the same for slide down. So if we copy that, paste it here, we can do button 2 on click, and then stand down, slide down, sorry. Okay, now we got to close that, and once we close that, I'm missing a curly bracket for the main function. So let's close the main function. So we'll do a right curly bracket and then close that. Let's tab it in so it's correct. Let's refresh. Okay, so we need to have an element. So let's do, and I forgot the paragraph element. Slide up and down. Okay, so let's go back to the browser here, refresh, slide up, slide down. There you go. So that is the slide down effect. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about slide toggle. Okay, so we technically have already done this because the slide toggle basically is what we did in the previous video. But we're going to copy the code and do it anyway. The slide toggle basically does this. The method toggles between slide up and slide down for selected elements. The method checks the selected elements for visibility. Slide down is run if an element is hidden. Slide up is run if an element is visible. This creates a toggle effect. And basically what it's doing is it's looking for the element to do something, and then it will give it that effect. Okay, so this is very good. Okay, so let's copy this code. We're going to keep everything on the left the same in terms of the HTML. Okay, so let me change this to 12, and we'll do slide toggle effect. Okay, and let's comment this out. And then what we'll do is instead of slide down and slide up, we're going to rewrite this code to just do the following. We'll do document dot ready. There we go. Dot ready. We'll do function inside, please. There we go. And then we'll do brackets, and I will do $, and I'll call on the button. Dot click. And we're going to do function, curly brackets, and then let's do the $, and the paragraph. Dot slide toggle. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I will add a button. And then these other ones will not be affected, and we can use that for the slide up video, which we're going to do next. Okay, so slide toggle, slide up, and slide down. Okay, so let's go back to the browser, refresh. There you go. So that's actually a better way of doing it if you need both effects. But the reason why I'm showing you all three is this. I want to slide up, I want to slide down, I want to slide up, slide down. It's the same thing. But I'm showing you all three different methods because you may need one of the three. You may not always need to toggle up and down. You may just need the effect of the slide up. And if you need that, you don't need the toggle. Okay? So all three are important to understand. Okay? So that is the slide toggle effect. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the slide up effect, which we've covered in the previous video, 2 videos. So I'm just going to give you the definition of that. We're not going to write anything because we've essentially used it multiple times in 2 videos. So the slide up method slides up, hides the selected elements. Hidden elements will not be displayed at all, no longer affects the layout of the page. To slide down, show elements, look at the slide down method, which we've already talked about. Okay, so that is the slide up method effect. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the stop method. Okay, so the stop method stops the current running animation for selected elements. So if I go ahead and I just run the animation that we have, and I run div.stop, what that's going to do is it's just going to stop what we're doing. Okay, so we don't even need to write the code for that. We understand that, you know, like for example with this, we can toggle up, which goes down, toggle up, toggle down, right? Same thing with the start and the stop. It's the same idea. So if we add to this, so let's do that. Let's just add to it. And what we'll do is we'll add a stop button, okay? So let's do this. Let's go here and let's do button. We'll give it an ID of, in fact, I think I've already created a button with that. Let me just see if we have the HTML already. We have start. I don't know if I did stop though. Let me see. It doesn't look like it. Okay. So let's just make a button quick. So we'll do button and we'll give it an ID of stop. Okay. So we're just going to do the stop effect. We won't do both. Okay. So we'll do button and then let's put it in big bold letters, stop. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to call on stop. So in here, let's do the $, let's do the ID, quotes first, then ID of stop, but not in caps. That probably wouldn't work too well unless the class itself is in that. So we'll do click function, and then let's do curly brackets, and inside of there, let's do the $, and let's call on the element of what? The paragraph. Okay, dot stop. Okay, and then we'll close this. Let's run it and see how it looks. Okay, we'll refresh. There you go, it worked. It works. It's glorious. All right, so that is the stop effect. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the toggle effect. So let's go ahead and look at the definition of that. So toggle, we'll toggle between the hide and the show methods. So we've already done this. I'm not going to do any more code for that, but I'll give you the definition. So the toggle method toggles between hide and show for selected elements. The method checks the selected elements for visibility. Show is run if an element is hidden. Hide is run if an element is visible. This creates a toggle effect. Hidden elements will not be displayed at all. No longer affects the layout of the page. All right. So that is the toggle method. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 8, where we're going to talk about HTML and CSS3 methods. So in this video, we're going to cover an overview of the methods that we're going to be covering in this section. So we're going to talk about how to add a class, after, append, append to, attribute, before, clone, CSS, empty, has class, height, HTML, prop, remove, and toggle class. So that, get excited, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to do a little different format than what we've been doing in the other videos. And so what we're going to do is we're going to be writing out the definitions of the HTML CSS methods. So I'll just give you the definition. We're not going to write out any code per se. And I'm just going to talk about each one individually. Okay, so the first one we're going to talk about is the add class method. Okay, so what we're going to do is let's just write out 01 and we'll do the add class method. Okay, adds one or more class names to the selected elements. Okay. All right, so that is the add class method. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the after method. So 02 will be after, and this method will insert content after selected elements. Okay, so that's the after method. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the append method. So what we're going to do is we're going to write out the definition. So the append method inserts content at the end of a selected element or elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the append to method. So append to method inserts HTML elements at the end of a selected element. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the attribute method. Okay, so short for that is ATTR. So it sets or returns attributes, values of a selected element or elements. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the before method. So the before method is similar to the after method, right? It's going to be before, and it's going to insert content before selected items without the 3. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the clone method. So the clone method makes a copy of a selected item. So let's go ahead and let's write that out. So we'll do 07 clone, and we'll do method makes a copy of selected elements. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the CSS method. So the CSS method sets or returns one or more style properties for a selected element, for selected elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the empty method. So we'll do 09, we'll do empty method removes all child nodes and content from selected elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the hasClass method. So we'll do 10 hasClass method checks if any of the selected elements have a specified class name. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the height method. So we'll comment that out to 11 height, and this is going to be what? Well, let's talk about it. Sets or returns the height of a selected element or elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the HTML method. So the HTML method, which is going to be 12. Let's write that out first. Sets or returns the content of a selected element or elements. So we'll do elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the prop method. So the prop method sets or returns property values of a selected element. So let's write that out. So we'll do 13. Let's do prop, and we'll do method sets or returns properties values of selected elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the remove method. So the remove method will removes the selected elements, including data and events. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the toggle class. So let's do 15, type out toggle class, and this is the method. So the method toggles between adding, removing one or more classes from selected elements. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to the summary of the jQuery Ultimate course. First of all, I want to congratulate you on finishing the course and doing a great job of following along and learning all the different aspects of jQuery. In this video, we're going to go over a brief summary of what we learned throughout the course. So, as we started out, we talked about the following. Firefox Developer Edition. We learned the key features of how to download and install Firefox first. Then we talked about key features of Firefox, and then we talked about developer tools. In section 3, we talked about Atom, which I talked about how it was an open source text editor and it's free, and also how to download and install it. And then we talked about key features in Atom, such as how to open a project, version control with GitHub, how to collaborate with Teletype, how to install a package, choose a theme, hack on the init script, add a snippet, and keyboard shortcuts. In section 4, we talked about how to get started. So we talked about what and why jQuery, right? How to download jQuery, how to use a CDN with jQuery, and how to download and set up the course files. In section 5, it was a long section of over 50 selectors, and I'll just advance the slides here so you can see. We talked about over 59 selectors. So that is a tall feat to do, and I congratulate you for sticking with me and learning all this information, because all of these are very important when it comes to jQuery, because selectors are one of the main parts of jQuery, which is why I emphasized that over any other part of jQuery. Then we talked about events. Now, we didn't do as many. We only did 23, but we talked about the key events that are in jQuery, and we covered some that are no longer important, and so I clarified that when we went through that. In section 7, we talked about effects. So we covered 18 effects, and just kind of the main effects that you could use in jQuery. And then in section 8, we talked about HTML and CSS methods, and we covered 16 methods here, or 15, really. And we covered, the most important ones that I thought would be the most beneficial to you. So with that, I just want to say one more thing. I want to thank you so much again for watching the jQuery Ultimate course. I hope you found this course informative and helpful. And if you have any questions or concerns concerning this course, please let me know. Send me a question. Send me any comments that you have about the course. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have, and I'm happy to help you out in any way that I can. All right? So I just want to thank you again for watching. Thanks for watching, and take care.